He's manipulating the sword ghost to support himself remotely. At the same time, he shouted excitedly, "We're here to help." However, Luo Chung did not go out of the city. He smiled kindly on the wall. "The Tao is really sorry. I'm limited in what I can do. I can only help you remotely." Suzuki heard. He immediately arched his hand towards the city wall. "You can help. I'm already grateful." And Luo Chung. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to the students around him, "You group, listen to everything you have in the dark. It's a gentleman. Remote support with Lao Tzu. The favor is counted on me, Luo Chung." As soon as this remark came out, many of the heroic spirit of being copied to block the haunt's nest. Infected students. Immediately, they summoned their own contract ghosts. Swamp ghosts spit mud into wild ghosts remotely. There are also demo men who have thrown bombs remotely. The individual students are not strong, though. But under joint operations, long-range attacks are constant. Hit the ground with a bang. In an instant, sparks exploded on the ground. Many ghosts have been hit hard, but there is a steady stream of ghosts. The wounded ghost was quickly replaced. The newly rushed ghosts are still berserk and bloodthirsty. The trees are already exhausted. Resist attacks with difficulty. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, even with the help of Uncle Achio and Luo Chung. But there are still too many ghosts. That's when it happened. A crisp voice came from the air, "Sorry. I'm late, junior brother. I saw Mu Wanqing riding on a vampire. Swoop down. Behind him are headless ghosts and warden ghosts." Looked at Mu Wanqing's figure. Lin Mo suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior Sister Dao, you're here." He couldn't help but secretly say in his heart that there were two five-fold ghost masters. It's no problem to resist the hair. And Mu Wanqing had just woken up, also eaten, so the energy and aura are very abundant. One shot, 3 contract ghosts, all of them are powerful killer moves. Immediately, the pressure on Lin Mo and the others was relieved a lot. Mu Wanqing manipulates headless ghosts and vampires. Unleash a wide range of skills. In an instant, the ghosts surrounding him were repelled. 50 or 60 meters away. Then he grinned and said you and Achio should go and rest first. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Mo heard this. Immediately put away the ghost sword. Then with the panting Achio, he turned around and walked under the city wall. Then Lin Mo put his arm around Achio's shoulder. "Thank you, thanks to you and the third uncle this time." Good brother Achio Wenyin suddenly lowered his head. It seems that he is a little shy to the point that the road is uneven. Soon the two were back under the walls. When the little girl saw this, she immediately said excitedly, "Look, the 2 older brothers are back." After speaking, the little girl hurriedly picked up a few bottles of water and ran towards Lin Mo. At the same time, he excitedly said that I would go and bring them water. The little girl came to Lin Mo before and after. With a sincere face, he handed out the water. At the same time, he looked at Lin Mo and thanked him, "Brother, without you, none of us Stormfend will survive. Please drink water." Lin Mo and Achio, who were already hungry and thirsty, hurriedly took the water. "Then drink it all." Lin Mo couldn't help but touch the girl's head. I thanked him. "What's your name?" The little girl heard this. Immediately happily replied, "My name is Ling Foxyu. This is my brother. Make the fox wind." And Achio, who has been silent. After listening to the girl's introduction, I couldn't help but ask the wind demon with some surprise. Is the Spirit Fox clan in Yunnan Bay who are good at manipulating water ghosts? I didn't expect you to end up in such a field. The Spirit Fox phone Wenyin next to him suddenly clenched his fists. It's okay to be firm. I will definitely revitalize it. The man was surrounded by a group of ghosts. It's time to stop cooking. Mu Wanqing, who has the strength of 5 ghost masters, finally arrived. He landed with 3 ghosts, immediately bombarded and killed hundreds of ghost girls. And Lin Mo and Achio hurriedly returned to the city wall. Restore strength. Achio learned that the brother and sister were Mad Devil Yunnan Bay. After the Spirit Fox clan, who was good at manipulating water ghosts. I couldn't help but surprise that I didn't expect it. You have ended up in such a field. And the Spirit Fox suddenly clenched his fists when he left the wind. It's okay to be firm. I will definitely revitalize it. Then he looked at Lin Mo with blazing eyes. I could be a warrior like you. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and encouraged, you will definitely do it. Even stronger than me. And Lin Fox suddenly scratched his head. Embarrassed, I'm sorry. During the day, I thought you were Zhogwa's play. Lin Mo waved his hand and said that it was out of the way. And yet at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound from the haunt's lair. Lin Mo and Achio heard the voice. Immediately set his sights on the haunted nest, looking at the colossal whirlwind condensed by the majestic devil may cry. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, and his voice was not good. Here comes another powerful demon. See this scenario. Lin Mo and Achio hurriedly took out their respective weapons. Lin Montag huaritli spoke. Remind you to be careful to hide in the zombie circle. I'll drink the water when I get back. As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo and Achio, who had come in, immediately kicked their feet. The two of them ran quickly, rushed straight towards the haunt's lair. Lin Mo said with a firm face at the same time, it's almost time to rest. Continue on soon. The two of them rushed to the tornado. Affected by this hurricane, flying sand and rocks all around. A large number of ghosts see. They all showed a look of jealousy. They dodged one after another. And in the midst of a tornado, a ghost with a strange body can be faintly seen. See this scenario. Lin Mo and Achio immediately stopped. Go to that ghostly head. Vigilant gaze for the next moment. A ghost proudly emerges from a tornado. The ghost's belly was covered with a human head. The head of the man is blind. The mouth opens and closes. At the same time, there are dense pustules at the base of the human head. It's disgusting to watch. And Achio and Mu Wanqing saw this. I couldn't help but change my face drastically. At the same time, it is not good to exclaim. The number 3 person in the Nanshan's strange domain. Half of the Ghost King's martyr ghost. And the soldiers on the city walls. At this time, everyone immediately panicked. Half of the Ghost King is to lead the ghost nest. Attack Lingling City in a big way. There are formations and guards, and they may not be able to withstand it. The military must be notified to return to the aid immediately. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of residents of Lingling City would have to suffer. But only Gao Longchun did not panic. His face was full of confidence. In a low tone, half of the Ghost King came out. I'm afraid the people behind the remnants of the Wind Demon won't be able to sit still. Just wait for the army masters and mercenaries to meet with ghosts. And they were all caught. That's when it happened. Not far from the haunt's nest. More than a dozen figures suddenly and quickly approached this side. Where they passed, demons large and small flew upside down in both directions. And it was in the hair that he carved out a way. Gao Longchun saw this scene. Suddenly excited, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Finally appeared. The 13 figures soon reached the vicinity of the ghoul. They were all masked in black gold, dressed in black robes. However, they did not summon contract ghosts. The ghouls hurriedly looked towards the group. Judging by the breath, all 13 people encountered more than 5 ghost corpses. Among them, there is also a 7-fold encounter with a ghost corpse. The ghoul who is about to succeed, seeing that the target of this group of mysterious people is obviously themselves, immediately angrily scolded a bastard. Immediately afterward, the ghoul let out a congratulatory sound. The human head hanging from him immediately flew out. That's exactly what he is capable of. Ever-changing. And the mysterious man who was rushing under the city walls immediately realized that he was locked. They quickly stopped. Be prepared to respond. I saw the mysterious man quickly count his arms. White fog ghosts, bad luck ghosts, ghosts of all races. These rare contract ghosts were summoned in an instant. Summon out. 3 contract ghosts appeared. Immediately, a protective film of Devil May Cry was released. It easily blocked 1,000 faces. Then the white mist ghost inhaled violently. Then exhale a mouthful of white mist. This is exactly his skill mist. Meanwhile, the monster on the back of the ghost of the 100 clans also suddenly stretched out. The 100 clans binding skill is activated instantly, and the ghouls were first disrupted by the white mist, and then caught off guard. Immediately, he was firmly controlled by the 100 clans. Then there was a loud bang. The ghost of the 100 tribes quickly operated the strange hand on his back, dangling the ghoul into the air and slamming it towards the ground. And the Doom Ghost also keenly grasped this time. Jump fast. The hand also unleashes its own Doom skill. Prepare to give the ghoul the final blow. In the army of hives, the number 3 person in the Nanshan Ghost domain appeared. Half of the Ghost King's ghoul. Seeing that Lin Mo and the others were about to die, a group of mysterious men in black suddenly rushed into the haunt's lair. And in the face of the attack of the ghouls, the mysterious man only summons the white ghost of doom and the ghosts of the 100 tribes. The white ghost first uses the object skill to obscure vision. The ghosts of the 100 tribes followed. Unleash the 100 clans bundle to take control. And the Doom Ghost, who waits for the opportunity to move on the sidelines, is copied to the ghoul for the final blow. The ghoul with half of the strength of the Ghost King saw this. Suddenly his pupils shrank in shock. But there is no way to break free from the control of the 100 races. Soon there was a loud bang. The ghouls didn't resist the whole time. Was directly shot in the head on the spot by the ghost of bad luck. In the blink of an eye, the ghoul behemoth dissipated. Only a small ghost remains. Lin Mo looked at the mysterious man in black who was resolute. I couldn't help but be shocked in my heart. Half of the Ghost Kings were killed in seconds by this group of black-robed people. What the hell are they? And the black-robed man quickly rushed under the city walls. Lin Mo suddenly secretly said something bad in his heart. Their target is the mad people. See this scenario. Lin Mo immediately rushed towards the black-robed man. At the same time, he shouted for me to stop. What do you want to do? Soon, Lin Mo rushed to the mad demon people. Directly stopped the black-robed man. The black-robed man at the head looked at Lin Mo. I couldn't help frowning slightly. The Tao handed over this group of madmen to us. Lin Mo Winyan immediately took a slight step back. Backhand sword. At the same time, it is firmly impossible. He knew it in his heart. The origin of this group is unknown. Hand over the refugees to them. Maybe it's life or death. The black-robed man lowered his voice. You can't take these refugees with you. Even if you can take it. After tomorrow, they're still laborers. It was the coolies who gave them to me. Not only can they live the life of a good person, and you can be free. Lin Mo heard this, immediately frowned, and said angrily, Why should I believe you? And yet at this moment, a black-robed man suddenly walked up from behind. He came to Lin Mo before and after, quietly pulled the mask down a little, opened his mouth to Lin Mo. It's me. Lin Mo couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. You are a strong man. He couldn't help but think in his heart. It's a strong man under Enron. Wasn't he rescued from the security service by his dad before? It hasn't been a double encounter with a ghost master before. How to feel the breath now. Have all reached the quadruple ghost master. Immediately, Lin Mo opened his mouth. There are a whole bunch of questions to ask. And the strong man urged with a sincere face. It's too late to say more. In short, you believe us, right? Lin Mo heard this. I couldn't help but be stunned. Then in my heart, I secretly said that you can consult with me. It doesn't feel malicious. And the black-robed man may have a connection with his father Lin Lon, since they really want to save the mad people. A thought of the array. Lin Mo immediately raised his head. He said to the black-robed man, in that case, Please take care of them. That's when it happened. Gao Longchun on the city wall. Suddenly, there was a smug laugh. Dozens of masters have already appeared on the city walls. And Gao Longchun shouted at the black-robed man with a crazy face. The remnants of madness. You can't run away this time. The black-robed man at the head said indifferently. It's all about it. Someone who is against the Black Lotus sect. The ends of the earth are hunted down to the end. Gao Long. Chun Wenyan laughed and laughed about the Black Lotus sect. There are many of us. I'm afraid you'll give it to me. And those who were invited. There's been a retreat. Gao Longchen saw this. Immediately, he shouted, Where are you going? And the mercenaries hurriedly said, You are not afraid. The Black Lotus sect retaliated. But this time I won't take it. Gao Longchen suddenly yelled angrily. You have fled. No penalty is missing. The bastards who met the ghost didn't look back. Liquidated damages will be liquidated damages while walking. It's better than throwing away your life. At this time, Gao Longchun was already angry. He immediately ordered the soldiers to the soldiers. Mercenaries are unreliable. Now you're all left. Killing the remnants of the demon is a good opportunity to make meritorious contributions. This is a military order, and those 15 military ghost divisions just hesitated slightly. They all jumped off the city wall. It's not that they're not afraid. It's a military order. There is simply no room for disobedience. And the 13 black-robed people saw this. Also began to summon their respective contract ghosts without ambiguity. One time and people. Ghosts and people. Ghosts and ghosts are mixed up. And Lin Mo saw this scene. A treacherous smile immediately appeared. I secretly said in my mind that it was my turn to play. Immediately, Lin Mo picked up the ghost sword. Then he rushed towards the contract ghost beside him. At the same time, he shouted that the soldiers of the hot-blooded Zhou kingdom were so special. I'm here to help you. He was originally dressed to attack black. The robes can be shot. A sword is impartial. Stabbed a soldier's contract ghost. Immediately, the system sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for earning 40 points for breaking defense. And the soldier yelled at Lin Mo frantically. This is my contract ghost. Are you a traitor? Lin Mo heard this, hurriedly pulled out his sword, and said with a smile, Hey yo, sorry for reading it wrong. Misread. The mysterious Black Scythe cult has finally gone to war with the military. In the face of a surprise attack from the military, the black-robed men immediately began to summon their respective contract ghosts. On the occasion of getting into a scuffle, Lin Mo suddenly picked up the ghost sword, rushed towards the contract ghost beside you. He was originally dressed to attack the black-robed man, but he made a move. A sword is impartial. Stabbed a soldier's contract ghost. The soldiers immediately broke the defenses. He scolded frantically at Lin Mo. And Lin Mo hurriedly said that he had accidentally read it wrong, to avoid being mistaken for a traitor. Lin Mo hurriedly explained, How can it? Obviously, I fought too badly. I can't tell who's who. And Gao Longchun was immediately on the city wall, pointing at Lin Mo and shouting at Lin Mo, You're a remnant of madness. You have committed a felony. Lin Mo immediately cried and waved his hand with a sad face, saying that he was wronged. I'm just a dish. Manipulating contract ghosts is not skilled enough to cause such an oolong. Immediately after that, Lin Mo headed towards the chainsaw ghost and the ghost martial arts. Raise your eyes. At the same time, he said, Do you believe it or not? I'll go now. It won't work. Chainsaw, ghost. Hurry up and support the soldiers of our Zhou kingdom. As soon as the words fell, chainsaw ghosts and ghost dances immediately grabbed their respective weapons. There was a burst of passionate shouts. Then start joining the melee. I didn't take a few steps. Chainsaw's feet were suddenly tripped by the sound of the ghost dance. And the chainsaw ghost suddenly hesitated, at the same time as falling down. hacked a contract ghost with a chainsaw in his hand. The soldier saw this, immediately exclaimed, "Contract ghost! Own contract ghost!" The wounded soldier immediately turned around and pointed at Lin Mo. "Get ready to start yelling." And a contract ghost who barks in a black company. It had crept up behind him. Before the soldiers could start scolding, the contract ghost swallowed him in one gulp. Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly scratched his head and said with a good smile, "Oh, I'm sorry. Purely slippery. Heartbroken due to his own mistakes. He accidentally used Sanskrit to ask for his life," and controlled the soldier's contract ghost. Immediately, he shouted with an innocent look on his face, "Skill range control error." Immediately, the system sounded wildly. Tips for getting 100 points for breaking defense. Soldiers who were injured by mistake. They all cast their eyes at him, eager to swallow him alive. It didn't take long for the fierce battle to end. 15 minutes later, the soldiers of the Zhou state all fell. The soldiers of the Zhou state suffered a crushing defeat. The black-robed man wasn't even injured, and Lin Mo saw this. Hurriedly pretended to attack the black-robed man. At the same time, he shouted that he actually injured my Zhou soldiers. "I'll fight with you. This is..." The black-robed man, led by him, suddenly walked up to the heavy refugee. Then he raised his palm sharply and shouted, "Boy, bite off more than one can chew." Lin Mo's Yanggong was under the cooperation of the black-robed man. The homeopathy was knocked out by a palm. Immediately remembered Lin Mo's wail. What a powerful palm. Immediately afterwards, under the puzzled gaze of a group of contract ghosts, Lin Mo fell directly to the ground. At the same time yelled that I can't do it, in order to avoid being recognized. After Lin Mo fell, hurriedly glanced at the contract ghost beside him. After the group of ghosts reacted, immediately fell to the ground. Pose as if everyone was killed. See this scenario. Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly give himself a thumbs up. Hey, planned perfectly. And the black-robed man with a lewd head. He whispered to the refugees, "We are here to save you from the Zhou kingdom. Now, there is the Oni dynasty. Cover facilitates retreat. It's too late. Trust us." But the refugees don't trust the black-robed people very much. Rather, they called for help. Looked at Lin Mo, who was beaten to the ground. "Tell me who you are." The black-robed man at the head heard this. Immediately, he reached out and groped out of his arms. At the same time, "I will show you this. You'll be able to trust us?" Then he jerked out a jade seal. The jade seal is about the size of a palm, carved from jade. At the top is carved a dragon entrenched. A group of refugees saw this. Immediately looked at each other. Exclaimed, "Sealing the demon country wash. How could you have it?" Meanwhile, Suzuki suddenly turned towards the bat ghoul beside him. "Command the ghouls. You can get your zombies back." Suddenly surrounded the zombies of the demon refugees. Was sucked back by the corpse. All at once there was an empty space under the walls. The refugees, after seeing the jade seal, suddenly, they were all excited. Anyway, under Zhougu's hands. It's also a death. It's better to believe them. Being removed from the zombie protection net represents his attitude. "Okay, let's go with you." The refugees agreed. The black-robed man led by him immediately waved his hand. "The command path is open." Immediately, the black-robed people quickly dispersed and sent in. At the same time, they summoned their own contract ghosts. At this time, Gao Longchen looked at this group of black-robed people. "My lungs are about to explode." None of the soldiers sent out in black robes were caught. Instead, let them seal the demon refugees. "Gone right under my nose." He immediately roared angrily. This group of refugees wants to run. Meanwhile, a rhyme ghost quietly came behind Mu Wanqing, and he looked at Lin Mo and sent it. "Let yourself help the madman escape." Without a single throw. At the moment when Mu Wanqing was distracted, the rhyme ghost immediately stretched out its ghost claws. grabbed towards Mu Wanqing. At this critical moment, suddenly Ali rushed out from the side. Straight and direct. Chop off the ghost's arm. The leader of the Black Lotus sect actually took out the Jade Seal of the Demon Kingdom casually, and a group of demon-sealed fishermen immediately recognized it. Then everyone immediately said, willing to follow the Black Lotus sect out of this place. The black-robed man at the head immediately ordered the members to disperse, to protect the sealed fishermen from leaving. And Gao Longchen looked at this group of black-robed people, rescue the demon refugee right under his nose. My lungs are about to explode. And Mu Wanqing, in receipt, Lin Mo asked him to help the fishermen leave after the news. I couldn't help but be stunned, just as the Yun ghost quietly attacked him. Suddenly, Ali rushed out from the side, directly chop off the arm of the rhyme ghost. Followed by, Ali hurriedly stretched out his hand to support Mu Wanqing, who was frightened, then quickly spin twice in the air. But after kicking the luck ghost away, Xiang Mu Wanqing said with concern, "Are you okay?" And to fly out of the ghost, pressed the gushing, severed hand. Constant howls, as a ghost of Nanshan and a thief, after stabilizing the wound, hurriedly turned around and escaped into the haunt's lair. The opening said that the brothers suffered heavy losses. No more attacks. We just finished talking. The ghost seeker immediately turned around and quickly evacuated. And Ali looked at the figure of the ghost nest leaving. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said that they withdrew. It should be fine. That's when it happened. Mu Wanqing looked at Ali, smiled sweetly, and said thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I really won't be able to deal with the ghosts. A big man. I didn't blush when I fought just now. This time, it was slightly red. He quickly let go. Some shies scratched their heads and said nothing. It's just a small favor. That's when it happened. Achio suddenly came to Ali's side. If I'm not mistaken, third uncle, you're still a single, right? Ali heard the sound. Immediately glanced at Achio. You bear child. What would this say? Immediately, Ali violently told Achio to shut up. Mu Wanqing. I couldn't help pursing my lips and said, you head shavers go south and north. Haven't you ever met the girl you like? Ali didn't know if it was okay. Can you only say this with haha? No hiri, no hiri. Meanwhile, Gao Longchen was already so angry that he was covered in gold. Although the haunted nest is completely gone, but the refugees were gone, Gao Longchen couldn't help but grit his teeth. In his heart, he said angrily, since the ghost nest has retreated, then the guards can be dispatched. Immediately, Gao Longchen roared angrily, and Lin Mo colluded with the Black Sickle. Call me to take it. Immediately the guards poured out of the city, surrounded Lin Mo. None of his schemes succeeded, so he sprinkled all his anger on Lin Mo. And Lin Mo put on a seriously injured look. Innocent, say something. Black Lotus called. I was attacked by the black-robed man just now. Gao Longchen heard this. Immediately, he was so angry that he pointed directly at Lin Mo. Yelled, I don't care. Arrest me and interrogate me severely. Lin Mo kept shouting that he was wronged. Followed by, Lin Mo shouted to Mu Wanqing without panic, senior sister. Go and call the master. His old man said that his junior brother was captured by a monster. Don't forget to pick up the ghost beads all over the ground. Soon Lin Mo was handcuffed, pushed on the military off-road, and Mu Wanqing and Achio were worried. But it is also not possible to take a shot at the military, and Lin Mo was taken away. But he wasn't too worried. I haven't betrayed Zhou either. Wounding a soldier was a pure mistake. As long as you bite to death and don't open your mouth. The security service also can't grasp how. That's when it happened. Luo Chung rushed to the colleague position with a group of students. Chanted what Lin Mo was guilty of. You can't just grab people. Suddenly, Luo Chung and his companions. The student who shouted to save the life was arrested. Soldiers who do nothing are promoted. It's not fair. But Gao Longchen directly pretended not to hear it. Directly detain Lin Mo. Get in the car and close the doors. Gao Longchen, who has been devoured by anger, is sane. Immediately, he yelled at everyone impatiently to shut up. I see who dares to obstruct the security services case. The glasses girl saw this scene. Hurriedly pulled Luo Cheng's hand. Remind Brother Daocheng. It is not good for us to calm down the confrontation head-on. And Luo Cheng was unwilling, but that's it. And Gao Longchen, who only wants to be tried and convicted. With a quick kick of the accelerator, he quickly drove to the security bureau, and the students immediately exploded. They have opened their mouths, and the media exposed them. Rescue Brother Lin Mo. Put pressure on the security bureau public opinion. Meanwhile, it's late at night inside the security bureau, but the lights are still bright inside. The current security service has become a mess. There was a constant stream of shouting. Kanglan was a ghost show that escaped and fled to the southwest. Check whether the defensive line on the west side of Nanshan Mountain has also been broken through. The ghost nest has infiltrated the Min River. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of soldiers pressed the prisoner to the bureau. Lin Mo listened for a while. You can hear what you're going on the phone. Very bad. He immediately called out a place and said, hey. The security bureau is very lively. Let's hold a party. Immediately, the system sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 points for breaking defense. The surrounding detectives instantly glanced at Lin Mo. Then get busy. And Gao Longchen immediately pushed Lin Mo's shoulder hard. Speak ill of less poor. You'll be happy later. The man successfully saved the remnants of the Wind Demon. He was actually arrested by the angry security bureau. And a group of students saw this. Immediately said indignantly, seek out the media to expose them. And now the security service. It's been a mess. All kinds of bad news are coming out one after another. Lin Mo saw this. Immediately untimely blow to say hey. The security bureau is very lively. Hold a party. This? Gao Bao Longchen immediately pushed Lin Mo's shoulder hard. Speak ill of less poor. You'll be happy later. Lin Mo heard this, but he just laughed lightly. He walked toward Shun Sun with a disapproving face. At the same time, he said yes. Soon Lin Mo was escorted to the interrogation room. Gao Longchen immediately couldn't wait to start the interrogation. Name, gender, home address. All family members are recruited from the truth. Lin Mo sat lazily in the interrogation chair. The handcuffs were scrutinized. These handcuffs are custom-made. It is engraved with sigils. You can't summon a contract ghost at all. After observing the handcuffs, Lin Mo replied in every possible way. Lin Mo's gender is defeated. Shushan Village, Qingquan County. Speaking of this, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned. Then he said meaningfully, there is a father and a mother in the family. There is also a younger sister. Generations of poor peasants. He even deliberately put the poor peasants of the times in 4 words. It's heavy. Gao Longchen heard this. Immediately slapped the table angrily. Suddenly got up. He clearly didn't believe it. Followed by, Gao Longchen gave the agent next to him a look. Again he spoke to the poor peasants. Who are you fooling? What the security service investigation says. And the detectives found the information after rummaging. Hurriedly nodded and reported. He said the same thing as we looked it up. Lin Lan was born in 3067. Shushan Village, Qingquan County. And Shuang was born in 3063. A native of Maping Township, Qingquan County. The two met and got married in 3081 through the introduction of Mrs. Wang. The following year, she gave birth to her eldest son, Lin Mo. Speaking of this, Taiyuan couldn't help but sweat profusely. Chao Gao Longchen was cautious. And Mrs. Wang, we also investigated. He did say that Lin Mo was something he had watched and raised since he was a child. And Gao Longchen. After listening to this investigation materials without any loopholes, I couldn't help but turn dark. I cursed in my heart, how could this be? Damn, Lin Mo listened to what the detective said. I couldn't help but be stunned. Then in the hard dark, secretly smug, the evidence is seamless. But how did Daddy do it? That's when it happened. Gao Longchen suddenly slapped the table fiercely. Said Lin Mo sharply. Then what do you say about colluding with the Black Lotus sect? Lin Mo heard this. Immediately pulled down the pointy clothes with your hands. He then pointed to the scars on his body. Tell me, what are you talking about? I was beaten by them, too. I'm obviously the same enemy as the Security Bureau, single-mindedly dealing with the Black Lotus sect. After listening to Lin Mo's yin and yang weird answer, Gao Longchen immediately lowered his head, desperately suppressing the anger in my heart. But Lin Mo's appearance, it's so infuriating. Gao Longchen immediately jumped like thunder and said, "You are still pretending." As soon as the words fell, Gao Longchen grabbed Lin Mo's collar suddenly, pulled him out of his chair. Followed by, Gao Longchen let out an angry roar at Lin Mo. You deliberately wounded so many soldiers. If you play stupid, you're a complete remnant of madness. Immediately, the system sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for earning samurai defense breakpoints. Lin Mo saw Gao Longchen. He looks like he wants to condemn himself. I couldn't help frowning. Protest goodbye to slandering good people. The evidence saw that Lin Mo was so hard-mouthed. Gao Longchen immediately said sharply, if you don't collude with the sneaky, why can you hook up with the grave ghost? Can also get out of the hands of the treacherous half of the Ghost King. Speaking of this, Gao Longchen suddenly stared at Lin Mo deadly. The most important evidence of cold channels. You go to West China Hospital. Yasuhiko, one of the 12 witches who visited the Demon Kingdom. But Lin Mo, after hearing Yan's name, far from panicking, instead, there was a sudden burst of laughter. Followed by, Lin Mo put on a meaningful expression. I don't know if Yasuhiko is a witch or not. All I know is that he's your lover. And Gao Longchen, who was already about to be angry, at the moment of hearing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. I can't wait to give Lin Mo to the law on the spot. But Lin Mo suddenly raised his eyebrows. Towards Gao Longchen, he said provocatively, I will visit him. In fact, I want to cuckold you. If you're trying to be afraid I'm cuckold, then I'll admit it. As soon as the words fell, the system immediately sounds a prompt. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 points for breaking defense. Gao Longchen's mentality collapsed in an instant. He directly raised his fist and was about to smash it towards Lin Mo. He had interrogated so many people, but I have never seen such a brazen person. And Lin Mo looked at Gao Longchen's fist, but he shouted unhurriedly, if you're in a hurry, do you want to bend into a trick? Gao Longchen immediately calmed down when he heard this. After taking a deep breath, he immediately threw Lin Mo back into his chair. Immediately afterwards, Gao Longchen rolled up his sleeves. A pipe pattern is revealed. At the same time, the ringtone thinks you've been quibbling. Can you get away with it? You want to be beautiful. As soon as the words fell, Gao Long's left arm was a little heavy, summoning his smoker directly. Suddenly, a female ghost with a pipe appeared next to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo couldn't help but turn pale. Although it's not the same ghost as the Blue Wolf ghost domain, but it's also a smoker. Once the cigarette is lit, it becomes wrong. The little life is gone. The man was taken to the interrogation room, but he didn't panic at all, even annoyed Gao Longchen. Gao Longchen, who couldn't bear it, immediately dedicate 500 points to break the defense. And I also want to be rough. And Lin Mo looked at Gao Longchen's fist, but he shouted unhurriedly, if you're in a hurry, do you want to bend into a trick? Gao Longchen immediately calmed down when he heard this. Then he rolled up his sleeves and began to summon the contract ghost. Suddenly, a female ghost with a pipe appeared next to Lin Mo, Immediately afterwards, the female smoker stuck to Lin Mo's ear. "Gentle little brother, taste how my cigarette lighting turned wrong." And Lin Mo Wenyan's face turned black in an instant, shouting that I am nothing but you. Tell me about your lover. As for killing people, the two agents next to him saw this. Hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade Gao Ju. You're not in order. Once the cigarette is lit, it becomes wrong. It's going to kill him. The things he said will help you hide it from your sister-in-law. Gao Longshan knew that this interrogation room had the best chance. Once the tiger is released, it will be difficult to do. Immediately, he turned around and roared and said that it had nothing to do with those. Are you just watching the remnants of madness? Do you want to make trouble in the Zhou kingdom? As soon as the words fell, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly kicked open. Bao Longchun and Lin Mo were shocked when they heard this. I saw that Zhai Feng ignored the obstruction of the agents. Break in, said angrily. The apprentices of the commander of the Yunnan army in my town dare to arrest them. Release me immediately. As soon as Lin Mo saw Zhai Feng's majestic figure, immediately became excited. He couldn't help but secretly say in his heart that the savior had finally come. And Taming, who was the former deputy commander of the army, hurriedly put on a very embarrassed look. Speak up and take the lead. Ming broke into the security bureau like this. Open your mouth and ask for someone. It's not in order. Zhai Feng heard this. Immediately scolded Taming. You tell me the rules. You're a little former deputy commander of the army. Do you deserve to talk to me about the rules? Taming could only respond resignedly. Yes, after all, Zhai Feng's identity. He can't afford to offend. Immediately, Taming said to Gao Longchun that Director Gao, how's the interrogation? And Gao Longchun hurriedly said, give me some more time. I'll be able to find out everything. Lin Mo saw that the backer was in place. Hurriedly shouted, Master, help me, they're going to give me a cigarette to get me wronged. Zhai Feng heard this, immediately twisted Taming's ears and yelled, you will also torture you to extract confessions. Indeed, I will lead and teach you a lesson. Taming was suddenly embarrassed. It's a misunderstanding, and no one dares to use a cigarette to defend themselves. As soon as the words fell, immediately, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Zhai Feng made a quick move, grabbed behind Lin Mo. The next moment, Zhai Feng pinched the neck of the female smoker. Then he asked sharply what the hell this thing was. Look at the pained expression of the female smoker. It's about to be pinched alive into a ghost bead. Frightened, Gao Longchun quickly took the smoker back. Suddenly, the smoker in Zhai Feng's hand turned into a puff of green smoke, quickly floated towards Gao Longchun's arm. Immediately, Zhai Feng looked at Gao Longchun coldly. Said coldly, you want to slander my apprentice. Torture is used without evidence. Gao Longchun felt the murderous aura coming from Zhai Feng's body. Quickly explained, I just want to scare him. As soon as I heard this, Zhai Feng immediately let out a disdainful sneer. Immediately, he shook his sleeve, 2 arms exposed, 8 patterns. At the same time, he said, then I will scare you. And Taming knew that there was no evidence to forcibly arrest people. On the surface, it is indeed a loss. He hurriedly came out to play around and said, don't be angry. Gao Longchun didn't release him soon. As soon as the words fell, the agent on the side was under Gao Longchun's instructions. He quickly released the handcuffs to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo moved his body a little. Suddenly, he complained to Zhai Feng and said to the master, I didn't do anything. Also sacrificed himself to help Uncle Zhou will labor. As soon as the words fell, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for earning the quadruple breakpoints. And Gao Longchun looked at Lin Mo's arrogant figure, immediately gritted his teeth, and said, Lin Mo, you don't go too far. Zhai Feng heard the sound, immediately turned to stare at Gao Long. Shun snorted coldly. Are you not convinced? Taming saw this. hurriedly stopped between the two. Speak and kneel. The apprentice sacrificed his life to save people. The Security Bureau issued a commendation. At the same time, 2 more demon spiders will be sent as a reward. See the Security Bureau and go to Zhai Feng. Only then did he take Lin Mo with satisfaction. He turned away in full view of everyone. At the same time, he said that this is about the same. Apprentice, let's go. Looked at the figures of the two in the distance. Gao Longchen said with a face full of unwillingness, and just let it go. Taming frowned. Towards Gao Longchen, he said angrily, what else do you want? If it gets out, you use a cigarette on someone. I wronged both of us, and our careers were over. Taming, who was very angry, glanced at Gao Longchen. He just threw up his sleeves and left. At the same time, he said that he would catch Lin Mo again in the future, unless there is conclusive evidence. Otherwise, don't touch a single hair of him. Gao Longchen heard this. Immediately, he was so angry that he trembled. He immediately whispered viciously, today's humiliation. I'm going to have to explode. Suddenly, Gao Longchen's brows moved suddenly. I thought of an yin and ran from West China Hospital again. Immediately, he had a plan. He also knows Lin Mo's identity. The lover was arrested. As an eightfold ghost master, Zhai Feng directly break into the Security Bureau dignitaries. And Lin Mo immediately said that he had not committed any crime after he was released, and also sacrificed himself against the ghost nest to help Zhou Guo save laborers. And Taming, who was knowledgeable, hurriedly said, I want to give Lin Mo 2 evil ghosts and ghost pillars. A family of families looked at the two who left in style. Gao Longchen immediately swore secretly, we must avenge the humiliation of today. Immediately, Gao Longchen had a plan. He felt that Yin was in West China Hospital. Must know Lin Mo's identity. The screen turns. Late-night urban areas are also rarely open. The two after leaving the security service. It took a long time to find a barbecue restaurant. After the two sat down, Lin Mo hurriedly raised his glass and hurried towards the house wind. Thank you, Master, for saving your life. Apprentice respects you. After speaking, Lin Mo grunted. Drink all the water in your hand. And Zhai Feng saw this. Sighed angrily. Although I rescued you today. But it's up to you to rescue the storm demon refugees. The real army will definitely continue to target you. They just have to shoot. It's a one-hit kill. But Lin Mo didn't care about it. Immediately, he smiled and said, the above is aimed at me. Isn't that your constant protection for me? Zhai Feng suddenly shook his head. Drink all the water in your hand. At the same time, he said solemnly, I can't protect it every time. Besides, tomorrow I will leave for the Northland. Suzuki heard this. I couldn't help but wonder in unison. What are you doing in the north? The house wind couldn't help but take out mosquito coils. Then, with a helpless face, he said to the 4 northern On the surface, it seems to be a loving couple. There are 800 hearts and eyes hidden in the background. It's just because Lin Mo is contacting Lu Juelun. Prepare to use the demon card to buy the Ghost Queen in the Phrygia. Immediately received a strange phone call, the little brother. I want the demon card in your hand. I heard a familiar woman's voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Mo frowned suddenly. You are Lu Juelun's wife. How can you have my phone? Wenyin's woman's voice was quite proud. I installed a monitoring device in Lu Juelun's mobile phone. I can see all your news. As soon as this remark came out, and Ran, who was sitting opposite Lin Mo, couldn't help muttering, "This woman is too scheming." And Lin Mo cautiously said, "What are you looking for me?" Classical Chinese. Lu Juelun's wife continued to speak. Nothing serious. Just want to negotiate a deal with you. You only have half of the token in your hand. Just give it to me. I can tell you where the other demons are being held. How about this deal tempting? Unexpectedly, Lin Mo shook his head. Ask me why I believe you. In case I give you a waste card. But you told me that the address was false. Then I'm not dying. However, Lu Juelun's wife seems to have thought of it a long time ago. Respond to this right away. Let's meet. I'll give you an address when the time comes. You go first to the ghosts who are being imprisoned. Wait until you confirm that everything is correct. It's not too late to give me another waste card. Lin Mo thought for a moment after hearing this. This woman is very scheming. I have to guard against it. But the opportunity must not be seized. So she simply agreed first. And Lu Juelun's wife also informed the time and address. Tonight at 10:30, Pingling Zhixiao Lake in the western suburbs of Binhai City. Before hanging up, Lu Juelun's wife added another sentence correctly. Be sure to bring a belt tag when you come. When you find out I'm right, just give it to me right away. Followed by Lin Mo. I hung up the phone, and Enron is here. Since yesterday, I have been to Lu Juelun's house. He let the Black Devils go and check the information of all the members of the Lu family. Now it just came in handy. The data shows Lu Juelun's wife's name is Mei. He graduated from Star Picking Academy. He was also a key member of a ghost group. After marrying Jay Lu at the age of 29, became a housewife. He and Jay Lu have always been very affectionate to the outside world. It seems that there are very few people who know about his adultery with Cheng Tianda. Speaking of which, and Rand couldn't help but shake his head. The human heart is unpredictable. I didn't expect that the people who shared the bed were not only stealing people outside. She also installed a monitoring device in her husband's mobile phone. Wenyin Lin Mo is also a little puzzled. Jay Lu, whether it is his appearance or position, are better than Cheng Tianda. And Mei took such a big risk. Cheating with Cheng Tianda. There must be other ulterior reasons for this. As he spoke, he looked at Enron again. You feel like he's letting us go to Zhixiao Lake. Could it be that it is going to be black and eat black? After hearing this, Rand nodded that it was possible. Before 10:30, I got a few members of the Black Evil Gang. They are located around Zhixiao Lake. Find out if he's setting up an ambush. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately agreed with the good idea. Then let's wait for the evening. Subsequently, the two left the cafeteria after breakfast. However, it was noon. The news is completely explosive. 7 figures with heads and faces were assassinated overnight, and people are going missing. At the same time, according to media reports, 3 people of different age groups are also missing. For a while, it was discussed in the post-bar forum. Some even make bold guesses. Last night's homicide and disappearance. It should be the same group. However, it was quickly refuted by other netizens. They analyzed all the victim information. It was found that the people killed last night had a very high social status. Gao seems to have a suspicion of deliberately getting attention. And the disappearance case is very weird. Most of the missing people had the same date of birth. It's either the Mid-Year Festival or the Qingming Festival. This made the majority of netizens speculate. It is possible that these people were going to be sacrificed for some kind of ritual, and Lin Mo saw these discussions. The head exploded in an instant, because when he went to his sister's room to practice evil arts today, it was found that there were only 3 or 4 people in the hotel. But today it's expanded to 8 or 9 people. Wait until 12 people have gathered. It can't really be some kind of pre-forbidden ritual. Thinking of Mu Wanqing's terrifying appearance, Lin Mo couldn't help but worry about the master's house seal in his heart. I'm afraid something big is going to happen to this Baiyang Academy. Wait until night. Lin Mo and Enron came to Pingling Mountain in the western suburbs of Binhai City as scheduled. And the lake located halfway up the mountain is Zhixiao Lake. According to Enron's men, there really are no other ambushes here. And in the pavilion of Zhixiao Lake is also only Zimei alone. However, Enran still reminded Lin Mo to be careful. After all, Wu Kuan learned from someone who had fought with Zimei. Zimei is a 4-fold ghost master. There are also 3 contract ghosts. Most of them are based on illusions. When Lin Mo nodded and said it was okay, I just signed a contract with the ghost show to be able to get out of control. Soon Lin Mo and Enran came to Zhixiao Lake. From afar, I saw Zimei wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam. The 2 white thighs were quite noticeable in the night. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a strong mountain wind blew. Because Zimei's cheongsam was too high, I didn't expect it to be blown up. And the reason why Lin Mo has a bloodline is particularly clear. But the step 1 is not careful. Almost tripped over a stone. Seeing this, Enran was instantly speechless. Congratulations to the host for earning 400 points for breaking defense. And Zimei, who heard the movement, turned around. I saw the charming corners of her mouth that were originally hooked. The moment I saw Enron again, I froze. Then he said half-jokingly, "You little boyfriend and girlfriend. It's so close." Hearing this, he glanced at the silence all around. "If I don't come, what are you going to do? Isn't it ready to seduce him?" Then empty the glove waist card. As soon as this remark came out, Zimei smiled awkwardly. "Is the little girl very vigilant?" said. He looked at Lin Mo. "You have to let me see the waist card first. It must be worn on the body." Similarly, Zimei is also very vigilant, because once Lin Mo finds the ghosts. On the other hand, it is not good to pay the bills. At this time, Lin Mo walked to the pavilion to show you. "No problem, but you have to tell me one thing too. This demon card of Su Lian. What the hell is it that attracts you all to want him?" Originally, Lin Mo planned to hand over the demon card. Replace the ghosts and you're done. But judging from the importance of Zimei and Lu Jueluan, this demon card can be extraordinary. Once I didn't figure out the situation, I handed it over to Zimei. A situation arises that is not good for you, but the gains outweigh the losses. At this time, Zimei clasped her hands in front of her chest. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Most of the core of Qingfeng Tower's combat power is concentrated on the 13th floor. But the number of killers announced to the public on the 13th floor. But there were only 70 people, and the Green Hornet building can firmly sit on the 2nd largest killer organization. How can its combat effectiveness be limited to this? As soon as this remark came out, Enran immediately asked curiously, could it be that there is a hidden killer who has not been announced? Because he has been floating in society for a long time. I also know a little about the Green Bee building, although the killer organizations are all out of sight. But Qingfeng Tower is an exception. The first is the first owner of Amen building. He was originally a member of the high level of the Zhou state, but also the purpose for which the organization was established. It's about doing things for the top. So Amen building is quite in half of the state-owned enterprises. With the later development, I will also take on a lot of private work. But it is also based on not touching the interests of the top. At the same time, on the premise of not causing social unrest. Because of these relationships, Qingfeng building is not officially recognized. But it was also not targeted by the security service or the military. And people in Jiang province and city know it. Qingfeng Lu has always had no more than 70 killers. After all, it doesn't take so many people to assassinate this kind of work. It can be taken from Xue Zimei's mouth. It seems that there are more than 70 people. At this time, Xue Zimei continued to speak, 70 people. It's just a claim to the outside world. The upper floors of the Qingfeng building are worried that the combat power will be concentrated on the 13th floor. Once the killers on the 13th floor rebel uncontrollably, there are few means of countermeasures from above. So, to prevent this, the bronze buildings of all dynasties have cultivated a group of secret guards. That is the hidden killer in your mouth. Classical Chinese. Lin Mo touched his chin and thought about what he said. With this waist card, you can mobilize the dark guard. Xue Zimei said that it was right. In order to control the lower killers. This waist card is in the hands of the manager on the 13th floor. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt that something was wrong. That's the case. Isn't that 13th floor manager a killer? Comfort is in charge together. Once rebellious. Wouldn't it be worse at the top? Hear Lin Mo's question. Xue Zimei immediately smiled slightly. What you can think of, the upper floors of Qingfeng must have thought of it too. So the waist card is divided into two halves. The 13th floor manager takes half. The upper deck takes half. Only two halves in one can mobilize the dark position. There is also to prevent the governor from rebelling. That half of the token at the top level. It is also possible to mobilize half of the dark position alone. And half of the manager's waist card will not work. As soon as the words fell, and Rant's beautiful eyes suddenly moved. Immediately, he grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Xiaoxin said, that is equivalent to saying, Lu Jueluan knew that last year's waist card was only half. It's the half we have, because he knows. The other half is on the upper floor. We won't be able to get it anyway. Wenyan Lin Mo also became nervous. But when we told him we got half of it, he actually went and asked us to find the other half. That's too much to think of us. How could we possibly get it from the upper floors of Qingfeng building? At this time, Xue Zimei next to her suddenly applauded. You finally figured it out. Seeing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, asked what the hell was going on. But Xue Zimei snorted coldly. Of course, Jay Lu knows that you can't get the other half. The reason why he tricked you into getting the other half. I just want to stabilize you. Based on what I know about him for many years. The killer he now sent. I'm already on my way to you. After hearing this, Lin Mo and Ran were suddenly struck by lightning. It's too insidious. Throughout, he didn't even want to hand over the ghosts of Kanglin. I just want to get this half of the demon card on the grounds of ghosts. When the time comes, the demon cards will be in hand. Lu Jueluan will kill people and get more and more fire. I thought about it so far. Lin Mo looked at Xue Zimei and asked, since there is only half a piece. You can't mobilize the dark position. Then why do you and he have to get it? Hearing this, Xue Zimei said lightly the rules of the 13th floor. The steward is dead. Who inherits the waist card? Whoever is the next manager. As soon as this remark came out, Enro nodded. It means that it is so. It seems that Chu Lian knows that his life is short. So he gave the waist card to his son. I want his son to succeed him as the next governor. At this time, Lin Mo was still a little unlucky. I saw him continue to ask Xue Zimei. So to speak, do you want to succeed the manager when you get the waist card? But I don't believe that an outsider only needs to have a waist card. Can be easily succeeded. Unexpectedly, Xue Zimei responded slightly proudly. Of course, it is difficult for outsiders to succeed. But who let me have already won Cheng Tianda? He is now at my mercy. The main pipe is equivalent to 13 floors. It's up to me. These words did not dispel Lin Mo's doubts. Still not right. That road is peerless. It was originally your husband. You make him the manager. Wouldn't it be better than letting Cheng Tianda be? At this moment, he felt more and more that the water was very deep. It's so deep that you can't see the bottom of it. Whether it is Lu Jueluan or Shuezime, none of them can be easily believed. At this time, Shuezime suddenly smiled. Lu Jueluan. You mean the guy who isn't even a man? As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo and Enran were stunned at the same time. What does it mean not to be a man? Could it be that Lu Jueluan really can't do it? At this time, Shuezime smiled coldly. Go on, I know. He noticed my adultery with Chung Tianda. The reason why he endured it and didn't say it. Still wants to stabilize me and Chung Tianda. He wanted to get half a card and get rid of us completely. I didn't know that I was a level higher than him. I pretended I didn't know. He knows about adultery. Get the waste card first. Hearing these words made Lin Mo's brain itch. After squeezing hard, he understood. Whether it is Lu Jueluan or Shuezime, they all want to stabilize each other first. After getting the waste card, he completely turned his face and moved. And Lu Jueluan is even more cunning. In order to get tokens, he did not hesitate to use killers to kill himself. If you hadn't come to Pingling Mountain tonight, I'm afraid I'm already dead in the dormitory by this time. At this time, Shuezime looked at Lin Mo. A sincere face. I know you have doubts about what I'm saying, but wait until you find the ghost in Phrygia. You'll know I'm right. Wenyan Lin Mo took 2 steps back. Take out the waste tag from your pocket. Immediately shook it twice in front of Shuezime. Stuffed it back again. I've already shown you the waste cards. Can you tell me where the ghost in the Phrygia Ishia is? Lin Mo never dreamed of it. Half of the waste card he found on the hurricane can actually succeed the next head of Qingfeng building. At this moment, Lin Mo showed Shuezime a look at the waste card. Asked, can you tell me now? Where is the Phrygia ghost? Hearing this, Shuezime pointed to Pingling Shan and responded. They were locked up in an ancient temple on the top of the mountain. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Mo leisurely. Wait until you see all the ghosts. You'll have to give me the token. Lin Mo nodded after hearing this. Then the 3 of them walked out of the pavilion, set off towards the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, on the roof of the dormitory building of Baiyang College, I saw 5 men in black walking quietly. The man in black, who was the leader of them, gestured. Suddenly, 3 of the men in black nodded their arms. Hang the ghost blood ghost in an instant, and the mist ghost was summoned. I saw that the 3 contract ghosts cooperated tacitly. The first is that the misty ghost spits out a mist mixed with aromas. It soon spread throughout the floor, and the hanged ghost and the blood ghost take advantage of the fog. Slowly descend to the 4th floor. In the dormitory at the moment, Chubby is hiding under the covers, brushing the learning materials given by Lin Mo. When he smelled the scent, immediately, the phone slipped from the palm of his hand. As soon as I closed my eyes, I fell asleep. With 2 groans, I saw the hanged ghost and the blood ghost enter the dormitory. Although Chubby's phone is still on, but the man was already snoring. There was another flat-headed boy lying quietly. Seems to have fallen asleep before the fog came. So the 2 ghosts searched quickly. When they found that Lin Mo's bed was empty, suddenly, I was slightly stunned. It's not good to call it straight. The 2 ghosts then planned to return the same way through the window. That's when it happened. A flash of swords flashed, and the hanged ghost was unable to dodge. Directly turned into a ghost bead on the spot. I went to the west to learn the scriptures. Seeing this, the blood ghost was instantly shocked. Immediately turned around and activated the skill smooth. The next second, he appeared behind the knife-wielding man. At the same time, a pair of ghost claws bloomed bloody. Dig straight into the other person's heart. This trick is an assassination technique at the bottom of the box by the blood ghost. Blazing fast. The average person simply doesn't have time to react. Just as he was about to get his hands on it, the silver ghost, who has been ambushed for a long time, rushed straight out of the shadows. Immediately, a scythe slashed at the blood ghost. With a pop, the battered blood ghost writhed a few times. hurriedly turned into a stream of blood and floated into the air. Meanwhile, the three people on the roof were shocked. Thereunto, the person who summoned the four ghosts even knelt on the ground in pain. Looked at. The man manipulating the misty ghost hurriedly asked what was going on, and the owner of the blood ghost listened. Shin Sheng replied that Lin Mo was not in the dormitory. One of his roommates wasn't stunned by the fog. They also attacked us from behind, and the hanged ghost was killed on the spot. Hear the words. The master of the misty ghost gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. How so? It seems that the person who cuts you is not easy. Since Lin Mo is not here, then let's withdraw. So saying, he lifted up the master of the hanged ghost. Then he and his accomplices quickly withdrew. At this time, in the dormitory, Achio couldn't hold it anymore. Now the knife in his hand has fallen to the ground, and the body also leaned against the wall, just when the fog filled the floor. Achio, who was asleep, also sucked a little. But when I first smelled this strange aroma, he woke up reflexively. It was a familiar smell of danger. But after all, I still sucked a little. Achio's ability to hold on to it is already the limit. It should have come to find Lin Mo. I need to inform him quickly. At this time, Achio held on to his consciousness to avoid falling asleep. Then he struggled to reach the side of the bed and took out his mobile phone. At the moment when consciousness is about to disappear, he could only barely send a word to escape. At this time, Lin Mo's side had reached the top of the mountain with and ran. When he sees the message, I was stunned for a moment. It must have been Achio, and they were assassinated by Lu Jueluan. So he was in a hurry, busy sending a message to ask. But after waiting for half a minute, there was still no response. Fortunately, Lin Mo called Xiaopeng and Achio. Unexpectedly, no one answered. Suddenly, Lin Mo secretly screamed in his heart. Something must have happened to them. I'll have to go back and see. With that, he hurriedly pulled and ran down the mountain. Seeing this, Shuezime immediately blocked in front of them. You can't go back. Knowing the location of the Frisia ghost, I want to run. Then you'll have to leave me the waste card. Vinyan Lin Montak responded iagali. Don't worry, I won't be on the pay. When I go to the school to take a look, I will go back to the ancient temple. Just see the ghost in the Frisia. I'll give you the waste card. However, Shuezime didn't believe it. Then he took a step back, take a fighting stance. At this time, and Ran looked at Lin Mo and said, I have a way. You're out of reach now. If something happens to them, it's too late for you to go back. Why don't you call your senior sister? Let him take care of it. What the situation? When Yen Lin Mo thought about it. Now we have to rely on autopsies. After dialing Mu Wanqing's phone, Lin Mo quickly explained the situation. Mu Wanqing also readily agreed to help. After a few minutes, Mu Wanqing replied to Lin Mo's message. Achio and the two of them just fell asleep in the fog. It's not a big deal. Seeing this, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. So I put my phone away, continued towards the ancient temple. I saw that the ancient temple was very dilapidated. The windows and doors have broken holes. With a creak, Lin Mo pushed open the door. Suddenly, the smell inside greeted me. It is a light fragrance of incense ash, mixed with a musty smell. It's very uncomfortable. Shuezime walked behind Lin Mo and ran. But he didn't seem to be familiar with this place either. At this time, Lin Mo was close to Enran's ear, said that if he found out something was wrong later, just do it to him as soon as possible. After all, Lin Mo didn't fully believe in Shuezime. Although he and Enron can fight, I passed each other but couldn't get it. This is the trap designed by Shuezime. When the time comes, it is not necessary to directly snatch the waste card. After hearing this, Enran pursed his lips and nodded to indicate that he understood. Then Lin Mo asked where Shuezime's ancient temple was. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head and replied that he didn't know. The only information I know is that Kanglin is a ghost, because it was spied on by many people. That's why it's hidden here. As for the specific location, it's up to you to find it. As he spoke, he took out a flashlight and rummaged around. Judging by behavior, he really didn't seem to know. Seeing this, Lin Mo looked around with his blood pupils. Blood pupils are perfect for this dark environment. That's when it happened. He frowned. I saw the back of the 3-meter-tall Buddha statue. There were 3 people loomingly hidden. Suddenly, Lin Mo shouted loudly, "Who was there?" Classical Chinese. Shuezime cautiously came to the Buddha statue. "There is no one here. There were only 3 corpses." Lin Mo sent it out after hearing it. Hell leaned over too. Sure enough, there were 3 corpses. It looks like a student. 2 men and a woman were tucked behind the Buddha statue. At this time, Enron did not go over to look. Instead, he kept paying attention to Shuezime's every move. Shuezime, who was aware of it, smiled. He didn't say much, though. This is Lin Mo digging out his student ID card from the corpse. There are 4 big characters on it, Aries College. It's the star-picking academy that made a mistake. Shuezime next to her asked curiously, "Who killed them? Is it Qing Feng building? Why did he hide the body behind the Buddha statue again?" Hearing this, Lin Mo turned over the corpse with his hand. It's not about hiding corpses. The 3 of them died behind the Buddha statue. I saw a secret door appear under the corpse. This made Shuezime look at Lin Mo enviously. Bloodline ghosts are such a good thing. With that, he shone his flashlight at the secret door again. The next second, Shuezime suddenly trembled. I saw a secret passage in the secret door. Upside down, the student's corpse stretched all the way to the depths of the secret passage. Seeing this, Shuezime panicked in her heart. He was the first to enter the secret door. Follow the secret passage and head inside. And the steps of the dark passage are very steep. There was also a very strong smell of blood. At this time, Enran squatted down and turned over a corpse. A fatal laceration wound was found on the chest. After taking a closer look, said according to the situation of the corpse spots, it shouldn't have been more than 24 hours. When Lin Mo looked around, dead no more than a day. So what's going on here? There were nearly 20 corpses in the dark tunnel alone. In this time, Shuezime has reached the end of the dark passage. Then he turned and walked towards another secret door. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned. He found Shuezime a little strange. When I entered the temple just now, I looked very unfamiliar. How did it go so fast now? And Shuezime is also a ghost master. I didn't understand the situation and went deeper. But it's a big taboo for ghost masters. At this time, Enron also noticed the abnormality. He seemed familiar with the place. He was still pretending when he came in. But when he saw the corpses all over the ground, he lost his temper. It can be seen that so many corpses are also beyond his expectations. Lin Mo nodded after hearing this. Let's follow first. Anyway, if something goes wrong, we were the first to do it to him. Then the 2 of them also quickened their pace. Head to the shore and go into the depths. To the end, drill through another secret door. Inside is a huge basement. The furnishings here are much more elaborate than the ones above. It's like an underground palace. I saw a blood-red Buddha statue enshrined in the center. The big red candle on the incense bank was burning. There is also incense that is the thickness of an adult's arm. And the blood Buddha has a couplet on both sides. Shanglian is the blood of thousands of monks and Buddhists. The next link is the enemy's crime. The shape should be open. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned. He felt how the couplet was so big. No matter how you look at it, this blood Buddha, none of them can be associated with the Buddha who saves the world. That's when it happened. And Ran exclaimed, "There is also the body of the monk." I saw that there were no more than the corpses of the students on both sides of the incense bank. There were also 3 monks' bodies. It seems that he is obviously fighting and dying with the students. Ground. There are also a lot of ghost beads left behind after the death of the contract ghost. And Lin Mo picked up the ghost beads, while saying that the battle damage is still a bit big. So many students died, and the monk only died 3. Suddenly, the voice of the ghoul rang out. These corpses look good. Classical Chinese. Lin Mo immediately responded, then give it to you to raise the corpse. But Akia's razor is not there. Or you put the body in a body bag first. Wait until you get back and shave off the hair. With that, he summoned to raise ghouls. Only children do multiple choice questions. I want both the ghost spider and the corpse. Then the ghoul looked at the corpses all over the ground and laughed. He began to feed his ruses to the various corpses. And the corpse also quickly grew corpse hair. Then put them in a body bag one by one. That's it. The 2 of them continued to walk inside while cleaning up the corpse. After walking into a dark passage again, Lin Mo looked around cautiously with his bloodline. Just when the ghouls collect the corpses, a diary from the backpack of the corpse of a girl slip out. Seeing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Now she's like a headless fly. Have no idea what's going on here. I don't know where the place where Kanglin is imprisoned is to hit the ghost. Since it's a diary, that would at least write why it's here. I can know more or less the ins and outs. Come to think of it, Lin Mo picked up the diary on the ground. But as soon as it was opened, the ashes mixed with incense ashes rushed to the face. Lin Mo was immediately choked and coughed, and he got a lot of inside his eyes, especially the bloody pupil of the right eye. Immediately, it was done. I can't even open my eyes. At the same time, the blood pupil ghost twisted its body, emitted a figure of pain. Seeing this, Aaron took the diary. Let me take a look. It turned out that the owner of the note was called Tang Wanqing. He is a freshman at Star Picking Academy. Then Enron read a recent diary. June 25th, Sunny. Teacher Feng Tong received a notice from the Security Bureau, a village near Pingling Mountain. There have been a lot of cases of missing babies lately, probably related to recent cases of missing persons. According to intelligence, the ancient temple of Pingling Mountain seems to have some suspicion. In order to investigate the case of the missing baby, the Security Bureau assigned Mr. Feng to search the ancient temple. Teacher Feng took into account searches. It's just the right thing to develop students' insights and reconnaissance capabilities. So I chose students to go with me. Happily, 3,000 students in all grades. I was lucky to be chosen. There are a total of 56 people in the same group. They are all top-notch students. But the bad thing is, Luo Chung of the Long-Range Attack Department was also selected. His confession was rejected by me a month ago, but he still stuck to me like a dogskin plaster. Frequently bring me water and flowers. It makes me miserable. I'm worried that my male god Shin Pingqing will be misunderstood. I thought I had a chance to get close to the male god. I didn't expect Luo Chung, a stirring stick, to come tomorrow. I'm really annoyed to hear this. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and opened his mouth. Luo Chung. I know this guy, and he's still very righteous. Did he come too? Wanyan shook his head. Aaron. And if he came, he was afraid that he would also die. With that, he continued to read. June 26, cloudy. Teacher Feng. We were told a lot of important things to note. The scope of the search. It is mainly the ancient temple of Pingling Mountain as the main object of search. Teacher Feng said, who can be the first to find major clues? Reward 3 evil spirits and ghost spiders. I'm not a rare ghost spider, though, but I'd love to find clues. In this way, Shin Pingqing can pay more attention. I'm happy to come to Pingling Mountain. On the school bus, Shin Pingqing and I are in the same car. What's bad is that Luo Chung is also in this car. He kept peeking at me. Read here. Enron stopped, because the handwriting in the back of the diary is compared to the previous days. Relatively sloppy. It should have been written on the bus. Still, he found a piece of useful news. The corpse of teacher Feng Tong. Looks like it hasn't been found yet. But there is no mention of the imprisoned ghosts. It seems that they really don't know. Then Imran looked around. Or let's look for it again. Now Shuezime doesn't know where to go. So, saying, he looked around. The passage here was found to have only one direction. That is to say, Shuezime must have gone deeper. And Lin Mo also agreed. Then let's look for the Phrygia ghost first. That's when it happened. The ghoul blows around a male corpse. It's weird. Why doesn't this corpse grow corpse hair? The ghoul was seen fiddling with the corpse's head back and forth. I was puzzled. Lin Mo squinted his eyes and leaned over. Corpses don't grow corpse hair. Oops, I'll go. Isn't this Luo Cheng's brother? Wen Yan's corpse suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Brother No-Go is me. Seeing this, the ghoul was slightly stunned. He thought it was a corpse. And Luo Cheng shuddered. Go on. I'm not dead at all. The ghost of July blew ghost gas on my head for a long time. I'm almost cold. Saying that, Luo Cheng hurriedly crawled out of the pile of corpses. At this time, he saw Lin Mo as if he had seen a relative. Then he said, Brother Mo, with a crying voice. You don't know. I almost died just now. Hearing this, Lin Mo was a little puzzled. What the hell is going on? It's all dead. You're not dead. Luo Cheng scratched his head in embarrassment after hearing this. It sounds like you're looking forward to my death. Then he pointed to the corpse and explained. These were all killed by the group of thieves and monks. I really don't know about monk cultivation. What a technique. It's terrible. A monk hit 10 of our students head on. None of them are left behind. Seeing the defeat of the army, it was like a mountain. The classmates died one after another. Not an opponent at all. So I used the ghouls to unleash the pulp for me. Eyes closed, legs kicked. Playing dead to escape. As soon as this remark came out, Lin Sun smiled. Joked. I didn't expect you kid to be quite a dog. But you see your goddess Tang, Wanqing, dying in front of you. Would you rather play dead than come to the rescue? Unexpectedly, Luo Cheng pouted and responded that he deserved it. Who told her to refuse me? Lick and lick, I don't want to put my life on the line. Then Lin Mo asked your teacher curiously. I saw Luo Cheng sigh. Teacher Feng, in order to protect us, fought with their most powerful abbot. As for life or death, I don't know yet. Then, and Ran also asked, do you know about the detention of ghosts? Hearing this, Luo Cheng touched his chin and responded unclearly. A few hours ago, though, I vaguely heard the movement of a large number of ghosts in the dark tunnel. I really feel a lot of trickery. I'm too scared, though. I didn't dare to open my eyes. After hearing this, Lin Mo thought for a large amount of ghost breath. Could it be that the ghosts of Kanglan took advantage of the chaos to escape? That's when it happened. I saw it from the depths of the dark passage. Shuezime suddenly ran back. Lin Mo was actually deceived by Shuezime. Not only did the ghosts of Phrygia not found, and he also put on a demon card for nothing. At this time, Lin Mo was asking Luo Cheng about the situation of the ancient temple. Suddenly, Shuezime ran back from the deep secret passage. The colleague shouted anxiously. I've found the Phrygia ghost that I'm holding captive. But there was a group of thieves and monks guarding there. Hearing this, Luo Cheng shrank his head. He obviously had a psychological shadow on the group of monks. But Lin Mo sneered and dared to guard. Then kill them. Then he let out a loud cry, accompanied by a few swishes. All 6 fully embodied ghosts are summoned. Call it out at the same time. The Bat Ghoul also summoned zombies to clear the way ahead. For a while, the narrow secret passage was full of ghosts. Enron also summoned the Nightmare Ghost and the Bandage Ghost. See this scene? Shuezime's face turned pale. Shocked. There are actually 6 ghosts. There are also bloodline ghosts and ghost swords in their hands. What kind of anti-heaven talent is this? It's almost past Duan Xinkun. And Luo Cheng also showed a look of envy. Not seen for a few days. Brother Mo has become stronger again. But the upper limit of his contract is not even half of that of others. Immediately, he also summoned sword ghosts and green ghouls. But he stood at the back of the crowd. The next moment, the 3 of them, plus the ghosts, Mighty slaughtered into the dark passage. Really? There's also a blood Buddha in the bottom room. The couplets on both sides of this blood Buddha are demon Buddhas. Monster monk, monster monk. The sound of every sentence is like a ghost. I saw 5 monks with strange and ugly appearances. At this time, he was kneeling in front of the blood Buddha and chanting. I heard Lin Mo and the others coming over again. The 5 monks didn't pay any attention to it at all. The sword-like Luo Chung gritted his teeth and said hatefully, it was them. Killed all the classmates. With that, he manipulated the sword ghost. Zhang Gong took 3 arrows, aimed at the 3 shiny heads and shot past. Just listen to the bang. The blood Buddha suddenly appeared with a palm print. The palm print enveloped the monk tightly, and the 3 swords were directly bounced away. The sword-like Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. Be cautious. What a strong force. Lin Mo's response was very strong after hearing this. But the good thing is that they are all injured. It was supposed to have spawned during the battle with the Star-Picking Academy. As he spoke, he looked into the darkest compartment in the deepest part of the chamber. I saw the inside. There is indeed a huge cage carved with a floating legend, and the blue demons are struggling inside. The sword-like Lin Mo had a plan in his heart. And sure enough, they were inside. Then kill the vultures and start a fire. Say goodbye to him. Just a thought. Take the lead and let 10 zombies test the attack. There was another bang. I saw the blood Buddha flick his fingers. The zombies were directly bounced in a meat sauce on the spot. That's when it happened. The 5 monks turned around. Each of them had a string of beads around their necks. Look closely. The beads are actually made from polished skulls. Seeing this, the ghost sword in Lin Mo's hand rang out. It turned out that the disappearance of the baby had something to do with them. Then he launched a sword expedition. At the same time, the chainsaw ghost and the ghost warrior rushed forward. 1 person and 2 ghosts made a decisive move. And the big murderer and the ghost flower Dan are listed behind. Always ready to use your skills. Profile. The ghouls on the left flank summoned 20 or 30 zombies, directly surrounded on the way of the monk's retreat. As for the ghost show on the right wing, he waited for an opportunity. Look at when the monks have a flaw, and stabbed him. For a time, the division of labor between people and ghosts was clear. In order. At this time, Luo Chung was driven by Lin Mo's emotions. Excitedly called Brother Mo. I'm here to help you. Unexpectedly, and Rand said lightly, don't use your hell around. It's not good if you shoot your own person. With that, he ran the aura in his body and condensed it at his fingertips. At the same time, it quickly melted in the air. Looked at. Shuezime was stunned again. This little girl is not simple. It's actually a formation mage. And Lin Mo is here. Chainsaw Ghost and Oni Warrior have been slashing wildly. With the blessing of Ghost Huadan's attack speed, the 2 of them cut very fast. But the palm of the blood Buddha was very hard. There was no trace of it. Seeing this, Lin Mo glared at the bloodline. Looks like you're going to have to use a blood spell. Unexpectedly, his eyes suddenly became sour. Tears immediately flowed out. At this time, Lin Mo covered his eyes and scolded the ash in the note just now. It seems like it's not just ashes. Immediately, Lin Mo immediately asked for his life with a Sanskrit voice. Since the blood people can't be used, then use your voice to control you first. They were accompanied by a popping sound. The sound of the great ghost harp rang out eagerly. Meanwhile, the 5 monks knocked on the wooden fish in their hands. At the same time, he recited aloud the sutra Mozi holds Ning, Yin, and Yang. Li Jing is evil and evil. Ghosts come as they come. Suddenly, the low, strange scriptures rang like bells. The sound is completely masked. There was a bang. I saw the blood Buddha's palm wave. Directly flew the chainsaw ghost, and the ghost danced Sheng Fan out. Then the nails of the Buddha's palm became extremely long, quickly stabbed at Lin Mo. And Lin Mo was confused by the scriptures. Restless. This time, of course, I couldn't dodge. With a pop, the nails pierced directly into the chest, and Lin Mo suddenly spit out a mouthful of pomegranate fingers. But at the same time, he also swung two swords. A sword to kill the soul, and a sword to eliminate evil. If these two swords can't hurt again, that means that as long as this Buddha palm exists, you won't be able to hurt 5 monks. In the next second, the time for a sword journey has come. At this time, Lin Mo had already retreated, but the flesh on his chest was still torn a little. But it's still acceptable. 2 stitches are fine. But Mei was shocked by Lin Mo. It's okay to go down this nail. To know the corpses of students along the way. They were all killed by chest tears. Instead, he came to Lin Mo. It's just a little bit of flesh and skin. At this time, a sword to punish the soul and a sword to eliminate evil hit the Buddha's hand. However, it did no harm. Looked at, Lin Mo guessed that it might be some kind of injury-free spell, as long as the Buddha's hand can no longer hurt that group of monks. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Luo Chung, asked how the 3 monks outside were killed. There are also 5 monks who were injured. And how did it happen? When Luo Chung explained, Teacher foam can directly penetrate the Buddha's hand. However, Teacher foam is the combat power of the 5-fold Ghost Master. The strength of ordinary students is fundamental. There is no way to break it. As soon as this remark came out, Lin Montag was speechless in an instant. That is to say, 3 monks died, and these 5 monks were all beaten by Feng Tong. Then the 50 or so students of you are of no use at all. If that's the case, I can only wait for the bloodline ghost to recover before coming over. However, Luo Chung thought about it. Not exactly. There are a few classmates. Unreal ghosts can attack through Buddha's hands. Teacher Foam was fighting with their abbot. We beat the 3 monks outside. When Lin frowned. Why can an illusory ghost pass through a Buddha's hand? At this time, Ran walked over. Explained that Buddha's hand cannot be penetrated by brute force, but the illusory ghost can tear through space, appear directly next to the monk, and attack. Speaking of which, his wrist sank. A circle the size of a car's wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. I'll also be in the space-time circle. For the time being, you can tear open a little space in the Buddha's palm. You can attack directly if you pass through, but I could only hold on for 3 seconds. As he spoke, large beads of sweat were dripping. It can be seen that the magic circle is consuming a lot of his mind. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately said that 3 seconds was enough. The next moment, Ghost Xiao drilled into the formation in front of him. Then it appeared inside the protection of the Buddha's palm. Skills that are activated at the same time are stabbed. Due to the fact that the inside of the Buddha's palm was torn open a small hole. Seeing this, the faces of the 5 monks changed dramatically in an instant. Just when they were ready to respond, Ghost Xiaocai had already teleported behind them, accompanied by the activation of the skill ghost. In the next second, 2 ghosts suddenly appeared. I add the body in total to 3. Then the folding fan in his hand opened suddenly. Sharp Ghost Chi was instantly condensed. Just listen to the pop. The folding fan pierced deep into the back of the necks of the 3 monks. Due to the high damage of being stabbed, the 3 monks went directly to the western heaven on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining 2 monks were shocked. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 points for breaking defense. As a result of the death of 3, the Buddha palm produced by the failure can no longer be supported. Then it faded visibly to the naked eye. Without the Buddha's palm, it is equivalent to having no barrier. At this time, the 2 monks also hurriedly retreated. But the zombies that can raise ghouls have been waiting behind them for a long time. Directly pounced viciously, accompanied by the indiscriminate gnawing of zombies. The monk immediately howled in pain. At this time, Lin Mo snorted coldly and gave it to me. All of a sudden, all the ghosts were staked together. I saw the chainsaw in the chainsaw ghost's hand swing violently. directly unloaded a monk's chicken thigh with a bang. And the ghost martial arts also slashed at the other monk. At this time, the ghost sword in Lin Mo's hand rang out. "What the hell is it?" "Sir, I only believe in science." With that, he smashed the Buddha statue into pieces with a sword. At this time, the two monks were already dying. Something is still muttering in his mouth. The ghost came to see this. Lin Mo asked sharply and said quickly, "Where have you abbots gone?" And the two monks were dying. But he didn't pay attention to Lin Mo at all. All eyes were slanted. The head of the Buddha that was cut off by Lin Mo. The mouth is still low, and it is difficult to slaughter the killing ring. Bow will burial. All are destroyed. Commit ghosts and grieve. See this scene? Lin Mo scolded these monks for really entering the demon path. After that, he sent the two monks to the west with a sword. At this point, the obstacle has been cleared. The next thing is to hurry up and rescue the ghosts of Phrygia. And Lin Mo took the contract ghosts. Soon came to the dark pavilion in the deepest part of the secret room. I saw it inside a huge cage. All the ghosts of the Phrygia fell weakly inside, and the amount of blood has bottomed out. Then, Shuezime found the cage key on a corpse. Because the cage is carved with a sigil, there is a strong suppression of devil may cry. If you want to break through from the outside with the power of the contract ghost, it also costs a lot, but it's much easier to do with the key. At this time, Lin Mo stretched out his hand and said that the key was given to me. But Shuezime smiled lightly, and if you want the card, give it to me first. I'll give it to you when I open the cage. That's not going to work. In case you take the key, turn around and don't admit it. Then I'm not a blood loss. A conversation. No one is willing to budge. Seeing this, Shuezime retreated to the door. If you want to kill me, you say, don't think about it. I have secretly asked Chung Tienda to send someone over. Besides, I'm not interested in the ghosts in custody at all. I won't lie to you at all. And this demon card is of no use to you. You give me the demon card, I'll give it to you. If only you don't lose. Besides, we said it before. When you see the ghosts of Phrygia, you will give me the demon card. Do you want to pay your debts? The corners of one yin Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Right now, I did see the ghosts of Phrygia. If you use brute force to break the cage, it will take a lot of time. In case on the way, the abbot of the ancient temple returned. And it is not exempt from a vicious war. At this time, Enran looked at the message on his phone and said Suzuki. He really sent someone. Since before coming, Enron sent a few gangster spies. All of them are located around MT Hirabayashi. At this time, it was indeed discovered that Chung Tienda's men were coming. Then Lin Mo thought about it for a while and said that it would be exchanged. He also understood that it was not appropriate to fight King Songla now. Then Lin Mo came to Shuezime. The two of them paid the money with one hand and delivered the goods with the other. The next second, Shuezime said excitedly that since the waste card is in hand, then I'll withdraw first. After speaking, he flashed. Quickly run down the dark passage to the outside. Seeing this, Lin Mo scratched his head. Although it feels like there's something wrong with him. But now I can't do that much. It is important to save the demons as soon as possible. So Lin Mo took the key and walked to the cage. With a cracking sound, Ghost Shotsai was the first to enter the cage with excitement. Brothers, I'm coming. I saved you. But the next second he was stunned. The real scene of the ghost lying on the ground in front of me. It's starting to blur and twist. Seeing this, Lin Mo walked up to the frozen ghost. Grab it with your hands. I just feel like I've caught the air. There were no corpses at all. In the next second, the entire cage scene was completely blurred. In the blink of an eye, it became an empty cage. And on the ceiling of the cage, there was only one gray-haired old ghost holding a turtle shell. At the same time, he carried a huge stone bell behind his back. And the old ghost, after exhaling, suddenly, the ghost body turned into a ghostly aura. Quickly drift out of the dark tunnel. Seeing this, Lin Mo rubbed his eyes. What the situation? I saw the ghost just now. At this time, his blood pupils were still a little sore. Wenyan Luo Chung opened his mouth and said, "The ghost just now seems to be a soothsayer. His 3 skills are time rewind. You can conjure up a day ago. That is to say, the ghosts of Phrygia were here a day ago. But it's no longer there." And Rand frowned when he heard this. At the same time, he said with a quick analysis, and Shuezime happened to be proficient in illusion. He used soothsayers. Conjure up the ghosts of yesterday. Fool us all. Hearing Lin Mo ask why he didn't see it, Enron continued, "It's hard to look back in time and find flaws. And your blood copper was just obsessed with ashes. It hasn't been restored yet." Wen Yin copied and suddenly realized. Sure enough, the ash in the notes was also a trap made by Shuezime. He deliberately left his notes scattered around the mouth of his backpack. It's to lure me in. So, the illusion he creates will be foolproof. At the same time, Luo Chung also suddenly realized. And maybe that key. It should have been on him. Flipping the corpse just now is also pretending. It's just to swap out your waste card. At this time, Lin Moji's lungs were about to explode. Immediately chased outside with the contract ghost. Originally, he didn't think so. It is necessary to have a conflict with Qingfeng building. But now it's different. Shuezime actually dared to deceive herself into taking the waste card for nothing. Then I can't bear it. Besides, he is still in the same group as this group of thieves and monks. If you want to fight, the master will fight with you. At this time, Ran and Luo Chung also followed closely behind Lin Mo. The 3 of them quickly returned the same way as they had come. And Enron manipulated the nightmare ghost to run in front of the 3. Suzuki, I think that's how it should be. According to the original combat effectiveness of the ancient temple, 8 monks plus the abbot should be very strong. He's trying to lead you to the ancient temple. Either sincerely exchange the blue wolf ghost for the waste card. Either just let the abbot do it to you. Hit your waste card. However, the ancient temple was attacked by the Academy of Stars. It seems that he did not expect it. Lin Mo, who was following closely, nodded in response. I agree with you. After he found a large number of dead bodies behind the Buddha statue, hurriedly rushed into the secret tunnel. Apparently, he didn't know in advance that this place was being attacked. Afterwards, he learned from the monk that the ancient temple had been breached, and the ghosts of Phrygia have also been transferred. So he set up an ambush in his notes, leaving my pedigree unplayable. And I set up a fantasy in the cage with a soothsayer in advance. It's just to trick us into getting the demon card. Reasoned down for a while, Lin Mo's thoughts instantly became much clearer. But now it's the case. The monk is dead. Only catch Shuezime. It is possible to know the whereabouts of the Phrygia ghost. That's when it happened. And Rant's eyes lit up. Chased them to the bamboo forest behind the ancient temple. I saw the nightmare ghost who chased out first. Shuezime's whereabouts have been discovered. Angry. Lin Mo was really angry. Just when he was about to rescue the ghosts of Phrygia, only to find that everything was a fantasy created by Shuezime. Although the other party has long since disappeared with the waste card. But soon Lin Mo and the 3 of them caught up. But there is something unexpected. I saw a man in black pinching Shuezime's neck. Lifted high, and Shuezime struggled with her legs. Let go of me. As he spoke, he still held the half of the waste card in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Mo didn't dare to step forward directly. Contrary to Dao and Ran, Luo Chung stood in the distance and watched. Who was the man in black? Could it be that the road is unique? Soon he found out. The man in black is definitely not a man of the best way. Because of the coercion generated by the man in black. It's already 6 times I've met a ghost master. So they don't dare to come forward easily. 6. It's still very easy to try to beat the 3 of them when they encounter ghosts again. But who is this man in black? Why do you want to arrest Shuezime? At this time, the man in black was lightly alarmed. At the same time, he pinched Shuezime fiercely with his wrist. Let's talk about where you got the waste card. and Shui Zimei struggled. You can't break free at all. Seeing this, the man in black threw Shui Zimei to the ground. Then he stepped on his head. Where the hell is my son? Speak quickly. Shui Zimei raised her waist card in a panic. Shout to spare me. I really don't know. Your son. I didn't move at all. I'll give you back the waist card. Just spare my life. However, the man in black was suddenly furious. At the same time, the aura on his body subconsciously began to fluctuate. You don't know. So how do you get the waist card? The waist card has always been on my son. The sudden situation made Lin Mo a little surprised. However, it is known from the conversation between the two. The man in black was obviously asking about the origin of the waist card. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Mo said in surprise, could it be that this man in black is the father of the wind? That is Chu Lian, the chief manager of the 13th floor of Qingfeng building. Isn't Chu Lian already dead? When Yen Luo, Chung shook his head again and again. If it's Chu Lian, if you want to grab the waist card, it doesn't work. His combat power is very strong. After hearing this, Lin Mo whispered that he didn't want to waste cards. You just need to figure out the Frisia heavy track. The situation is complicated at hand. First of all, the abbot of the ancient temple and the old-fashioned Feng Tong, who picked up the stars. Their whereabouts are still unknown. In addition, the support called by Shui Zimei is now almost there. Therefore, it is even more important to act rashly. We can only wait and see. At this time, the man in black stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a ghost-headed knife appeared in his hand. If you don't say anything, I'll kill you. Seeing that he was going to die, the boots hurriedly pointed to Lin Mo and the three in the distance and said, I said that this token was given to me by them. The man in black listened. The ghost-head knife in his hand is pointed. Immediately glared angrily. Lin Mo yelled at Lin Mo, where did you get the waist card? Unexpectedly, Lin Mo spread his hand to indicate what waist card. I don't understand what you're saying. We're all from Star Picking Academy. I came to investigate the ancient temple and the case of the missing baby. As soon as this remark came out, and Rand nodded cooperatively. Yeah, we feel that this old woman is very suspicious. So I chased it out. When Yan's black-clothed man slammed the knife in his hand. Shui Zimei, you dare to bite indiscriminately. And Shui Zimei was anxious in an instant. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 points for breaking defense. They fart. That's the waist card they gave me. As he spoke, he turned his head to Lin Mo and scolded. Where the hell did you get your waist card? Let's talk about it. Lin Mo continued to pretend to be innocent. What a demon card. I had absolutely no idea. And even if we have demon cards, there's no need to give it to you. We were supposed to investigate you. At this time, Lin Mo had already guessed 9 times out of 10. This man in black is Chu Lian. After the disappearance of the genre, Su Lian chose to blow up in order to find her son. In order to be able to find his son more secretly and conveniently. And the demon card is on Chu Feng. Anyone who gets the demon card must have seen the music style. Now who admits that the demon card is their own? Whoever is the big fool. Sure enough, in the forest. After Mo finished speaking, Su Lian was silent for a moment. And seeing Shui Zimei's eyes becoming more and more vicious. Seeing this, Shui Zimei was already about to cry. It's really not me. Tell the ruler quickly. It's the waist card you have taken. And it just slammed me. I was met by the manager. Say it quickly. But Lin Mojing sighed slowly. Then he turned to look at Imran and the two. You know what he's talking about. And Imran and Luo Chung also shook their heads again and again, not knowing. I don't know that Chu Lian finally couldn't bear it anymore at this time. Directly slashed at Shui Zimei. When death comes, don't tell the truth. Then I'll send you to the western sky. That's when it happened. A blood Buddha palm print descended from the sky. Actually blocked this trick. And Chu Lian was shocked. Hurriedly stepped back. He saw the palm prints on them. There was also a fat-headed and big-eared monk who fell. I saw blood flowing from the corner of the monk's mouth. The back is tattooed with a blood Buddha, covered in scars. Seeing this, Chu Pian narrowed his eyes slightly. This monk actually contracted a ghost real eye. With that, he stretched out his hand to summon 2 contract ghosts. Blood ghosts and headless ghosts. And the ghost head knife in his hand is also connected to the body. Looks like some kind of remnant. At this time, the fat monk hugged Shuezime and asked if you were okay. And Shuezime looked at the monk covered in scars. Sorry for the apology in response. Why do you have so many injuries on your body? 1 yin Dao Qian. The monk smiled lightly, nothing serious. It's the teachers of Shazhai Star Academy who stayed. At this time, last year's knife flower came step by step. Where the hell have you hidden my son? I saw Dao Qian protecting Shuezime behind him. The poor monk did not see Shuezime. I haven't seen it either. At this time, Lin Mo hurriedly shouted. It's probably your son that he captured. This group of thieves and monks specializes in killing people. Collect skulls to make beads. As soon as the words fell, Shuezime was furious. Yelled at Lin Mo, hurry up and shut up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 breakpoints. Shuezime was very angry. It's enough to be aggrieved. Now Lin Mo is still arching the fire. It's just not a way to live for yourself. I didn't want to go to it, but I really believed it. Is what you say true? Has my son been slain by you? Because the demon card is in Shuezime's hand. So as soon as Lin Mo said it, he became suspicious. The next second, Chu Lian carried a knife and rushed over with 2 ghosts. And Dao Qian also muttered a ghost like a ghost. In an instant, the blood Buddha behind him gradually turned into a corpse. Immediately afterwards, he fought with Chu Lian. With a thumping sound, a variety of powerful moves are played back and forth. A wave of air created by the collision between Devil May Cry and Devil May Cry. Immediately, the entire bamboo forest was toppled. At this time, Shuezime suddenly saw the rescuers he called. Immediately shouted that I was here. Come and save me. Because that group of people was sent by Cheng Tianda. So there was no danger when I saw Shuezi. It's all going to come over and help. Seeing this, Chu Lian fought on the side. While shouting angrily, I see which of you dares to come. With that, he lifted his black cloak. Show your true face. The group was stunned. No one dared to step forward. It's the chief steward who is still alive. Although they're a party all day long. But after all, it is still affiliated with the 13th floor. So Chu Lian is the real boss. Compared to offending Shuezime, they didn't dare to offend Chu Lian. At this time, Chu Lian shouted to Lao Tzu to get out. Hearing this, the group of people all shrunk their necks. Let Shuezime shout. They all ran away without looking back. This made Shuezime anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. The only thing he can rely on now is Dao Qian. As long as Dao Qian falls, he was bound to die at the hands of Chu Lian. And not far away, Lin Mo took out a bag of melon seeds from his small bag, slurping aside, while watching the wonderful battle between Dao Qian and Chu Lian. After all, it is 2 6 ghost masters. Fighting is ornamental. Gao didn't expect Shuezime to have a leg with this Dao Qian. The relationship is not only Lu Jueluan being cuckolded. Even Cheng Tianda was cuckolded. But then again, such an ugly monk can do it. The taste is really heavy. At this time, Lin Mo spit out the skin of melon seeds and complained. In Luo, Cheng listened, while consciously reaching into Lin Mo's melon seed bag. Brother Lin, you see that your pattern is small, isn't it? Hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. I feel that Luo Cheng seems to have something to say. What did Luo Shindi say? I saw Luo Cheng smile mysteriously. There may be more than just an apology for those who have a leg. As soon as this remark came out, Lin Montauk blinked suddenly. You mean there are also 8 monks in the ancient temple? As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. And ran on the side was speechless. I said, can you restrain a bit? It's really served. At this time, Shuezime took advantage of Chu Lian to fight against Daoqian. Cautiously touched the outside of the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Lin Mo threw the melon seeds to the ground. Shouted to the chief of Chu, "This wants to run. I'm going to help you get it back." With that, he chased after Shuezime. And Chu Lian couldn't get out of her body because of the theft. "I can only say thank you. Little brother, you're such a nice person. Don't just use a little trick." Deceived the chief manager of Qingfeng Building. And in order to make Chu Lian believe in herself more, Suzuki also pretended to help him get it back. Shuezime, at this time, Enron manipulated the nightmare ghost to soar into the sky and look down. Soon discovered Shuezime's figure. He ran down the path down the hill, and in order to confuse the line of sight, he also used contract ghosts to set illusion traps along the way. When Lin Mo snorted coldly twice, right? Then let him taste this. With that, he manipulated the ghosts to look up. Directly summoned more than 300 zombies. With a roar, I saw the zombies rushing down the mountain. Go! And run in all directions to conduct a carpet search. And those illusion traps, it's not useful for zombies at all. They have neither sight nor somatosensory. Even if you win, it won't work. And in the rear of the zombies, Lin Mo also carried the ghost sword. The other contract ghosts chased after him. It was late at night, but the entire Pingling Mountain was a mess. In the bamboo forest behind the ancient temple, there is a bloody battle between Chu Lian and Apologize. And halfway up the mountain, there is a Shuezime with a cloak, being chased by a group of zombies. Although he occasionally manipulates contract ghosts to fight back against zombies. But the zombies went one after another. Endless. At this time, Shuezime's body has already seen a lot of scars. At the same time, the state is getting worse and worse. That's when it happened. Among the bushes behind Shuezime, there was a sound of laughter. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky. I saw the ghost martial arts. Slashed at the soothsayer beside Shuezime. As long as the turtle shell in the hands of the soothsayer grows rapidly. Directly took the knife. But the ghost martial arts are more flexible. A sliding shovel is behind the soothsayer. Then fly up a leg. Suddenly, kick the soothsayer at the chainsaw that is flying at him. Seeing this, the chainsaw ghost pulls the chainsaw. He slashed at the turtle shell. With a thumping sound, I saw the turtle shell, which was originally as hard as iron. Under the constant armor piercing of the chainsaw, there was a crack. One last click. Completely crushed into slag. See this scene? Shuezime shouted in her heart that it was not good. He wanted to immediately manipulate the soothsayer to unleash the regressive fantasy. But where will Lin Mo give him a chance? The next second, the chainsaw ghost was immediately released. Chainsaw dance. In a few seconds, the soothsayer turned into a ghost bead. Meanwhile, Shuezime's body trembled. A mouthful of hot pomegranate juice was immediately squirted. Plus the death of the contract ghost. It hit his mind very hard, nearly unconscious. And Shuezime's other two contract ghosts was also killed instantly after being invisible by the ghost show. Seeing this, Lin Mo walked to Shuezime's side, pointed the ghost sword at the center of his eyebrows. Say it with a loud shout. Where have all the ghosts of Frisia been transferred? At this time, Shuezime was already dying, coughing and saying I don't know. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo snorted coldly, and now he is not telling the truth. How long are you going to lie to me? Shuezime responded with a cry after hearing this. I didn't expect that to be the case either. Originally, I wanted to exchange Frisia ghosts for you. But who knew that the Star-Picking Academy had attacked the ancient temple? I can't help but trick you with illusion. But I can't help it. Can you read it for the sake of my original sincere exchange? Cut me some slack. However, Lin Mo chuckled twice. It means that it is not disdainful. Originally, you didn't want to hand over the Frisia ghost to me. Instead, they wanted to trick me into going to the ancient temple. He cut me with the knife of the sign. As he spoke, he moved the ghost sword forward a little distance. You've never been at ease. Even now, you're still trying to lie to me. At this time, Shuezime had already felt it, the chill emanating from the ghost sword. But he was speechless, because Lin Mo saw through everything he was disguised into. It's too late to say anything. Seeing this, the style of copying and painting changed. If you want to live, you have to listen to me. Shuezime asked nervously. You say, as long as you can let me go, let me do whatever I want. Actually, in the end, whether it's a waste card or something else, nothing is life important. I saw Lin Mo speak in a cold tone and tell me, your relationship with apologies. And also, it is possible to apologize for diverting where the blue wolf ghost went. Again, a lie. You're dead. As soon as the words fell, Shuezime immediately said, I said, Dao Qian and Lu Jueluan are sworn brothers. Lu Jueluan also trusts him. Only then did he hand over the Phrygia heavy tract to his care. But in fact, I got along with Dao Qian 2 years ago. But Lu Jueluan has been kept in the dark. Speaking of which, he thought hard for a moment. Continued, Dao Qian must have found the ancient temple unsafe. So they transferred the demons. As for the place of transfer, probably in a cave halfway up the mountain. This time I'm telling the truth. After saying that, Shuezime looked at Lin Mo pleadingly. He hoped that the other party would keep his promise and let him go. And Lin Mo also did what he said. He immediately put away the ghost sword. But then he asked Luo Chung on the side, your teachers and classmates, they all died at the hands of his adulterers. How to say it? Luo Chung shouted, I must let the thief monk feel my pain. With that, he manipulated the hell to shoot arrows with a bow. In the next second, Shuezime's eyebrows were frozen through. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 points for a breaking defense. After making the last dying sound, Shuezime fell to the ground in response. There was no more movement. Seeing this, Enran shook his head with emotion. His life is truly ironic. I haven't died after lying for half my life. In the end, he told the truth but died. At this time, Lin Mo thought about it. Said quickly to Anran, have your guy look up where he just said. Wait for Enron to send a message. I got the news every 5 or 6 minutes. I saw him look nervous and said that it was not good. Lu Jueluan seemed to have learned the news in advance. 20 or 30 people had already been rushed to the cave. When Yin frowned and pondered for a moment, now that Lu Jueluan has also come, it shows that the news of this transfer of Phrygia heavy ghosts is correct. But Lu Jueluan had 20 or 30 people in his hands. And according to the strength of Qingfeng building, at least all of them are above the 4 ghost corpses. It will definitely not work to rob them in front of them. But except for hardness. Is there any other way? I thought about it for a moment. Lin Mo had an idea. Immediately, he gave Shuezime's body to the separation. At the same time, he said that he was very cultured. The gentleman believes it. Good and false in things. Then Luo Chung said goodbye to Lin Mo. He's going back to the Star-Picking Academy to inform him of the bad news. And Suzuki and Enron. In this way, he carried his head all the way back to the ancient temple. At this time, the woods around the ancient temple were all burned to ashes. And the apologetic Blood Buddha was also under the strong onslaught last year. It's about to break. At this time, Lin Mo shouted an ugly monk. I'm going to give you a gift. With that, he threw Shuezime's head over. And the apology that is struggling to support, after recognizing that the owner of this head was Shuezime. Suddenly, his pupil shrank. Let out a heart-rending shout, Zime. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 points for breaking defense. That's why. Dao Qian suddenly revealed his flaws. That's when it happened. Seeing the opportunity, the merciful ghost head knife was horizontal, piercing the Blood Buddha in an instant. Resolved Dao Qian. Before dying, Dao Qian crawled toward Shuezime with both hands as best he could. Then he held the other person's head in his arms. There was no movement. At this point, Chu Lien put away the contract. Ghost Guwei looked at Lin Mo with certainty. Shuezime was actually solved by you. Well done. Just as he was about to turn away. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo said thoughtfully, "Wait a minute. I interrogated Shuezime before he died. There's something I don't know if I want to tell you." Wen Yin went to his face and stopped. Hurriedly turned around and asked, "Say something quickly." Lin Montauk listened. Pretending to be an echo, Shuezime said, "This demon card was stolen from Lu Jueluan's hand. Originally, he was going to use the demon card. There is also the power of Chung Tianda and the thief monk. Took over the 13th floor of Qingfeng building. But I didn't expect something to happen halfway. The Academy of Star Picking attacked the ancient temple, and he happened to be met by you. That's when the stuffing was revealed." As soon as this remark came out, Su Lian's face suddenly darkened. Walked towards Lin Mo. From Lu Jueluan's hands. "Why should I believe you?" Sunglasses once again became an actor, just because he wanted to put the waste card. Blame Lu Jueluan, thus provoking a struggle. Take advantage of the chaos to rescue the Phrygia ghost. In order to make Chu Lien believe in himself completely, he said with a straight face, "Lu Jueluan is rushing towards this side. If only he had no ghost in his heart. How could it be here?" But Chu Lien still had a skeptical face. "He came here because of his wife." Wenyan Lin Mo continued, "If you're looking for a wife. As for the 30 masters with Qingfeng building." As soon as this remark came out, the corners of Chu Lien's mouth twitched fiercely. "I'll take a bean." He actually brought 30 people with him. Because thinking from Chu Lien's point of view, it is not normal for Lu Jiluan to come to Pingling Mountain. But bring people with you. Then it would be a clear, ill-intentioned affair. A little more terrifying, Lu Jueluan knew that he was pretending to be dead. Did he want to send someone over and make himself a real death? Then settle the position of the head of the brothel. Come to think of it, Chu Lien breathed heavily and asked where he was now, seeing the other party take the bait. Lin Mo said that he was almost halfway up the mountain. At this time, Chu Lien is full of strength. Let's go over and take a look. I don't believe in the 13th floor of the green building. Now they all listened to his commands. When Lin Mo responded happily, I will show you the way. Then he and Enron walked in front. And last year, it was not far behind them. In this way, the three of them quickened their pace and walked halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, it is still a few hundred meters away from the cave. Lu Jueluan took 30 top killers from Qingfeng building. Zheng Hao came over, because Dao Qian is his sworn brother, and the ghosts of Kanglin were also entrusted by him to Dao Qian's care. But Lu Jueluan has always been a little wary of Dao Qian, one of the monks. It's the drama he planted next to Dao Qian, in Shuezime and Dao Qian, when premeditating to grab the Lin Mo demon card. The play informed her as soon as possible. There are also ancient temples that were attacked by the Star-Picking Academy and Phrygia. She also knew about the transfer of ghosts. So this time I came to Pingling Mountain. He had two things to do. The first is to kick the Phrygia ghosts away again. The second is to bring all the masters, snatch the waste card from Dao Qian and Shuezime. And now they are not far from the cave. At this time, Lin Mo and Enran figured, appeared in front of Lu Jueluan and others. Mr. Lu, don't come unharmed. And Lu Jueluan was stunned when he saw Lin Mo. Then he hurriedly asked about the demon card. Where is the demon card? The 30 people behind him were also unkind as he spoke. Looked at Lin Mo. Looked at. Lin Mo said righteously, you want the demon card. Just want to snatch the seat of the 13th floor manager. All he has to do now is to arch the fire zone lake. Fight with Lu Jueluan. I can take the time to go to the cave to save the ghosts of Phrygia. And Lu Jueluan listened. Yelled at him, you don't care so much. Where's the waste card now? Is it already in the hands of that woman? Where is that woman now? With that he waved his hand. Immediately, 30 people behind him surrounded him. Get ready to get your hands dirty. See this scene? Chu Lian, who was hiding behind, slowly walked out. Lu Juelin, you are so bold. I saw that his black robe was blown by the mountain wind. Don't be angry. Seeing this, 30 killers took a step back at the same time. They shouted out to the steward in astonishment. And even more surprising, Lu Juelin, his voice has become much quieter now. Sir, haven't you been murdered and died? As soon as this remark came out, Lin Mo suddenly shouted, You wolf ambition. The steward, sir, is alive and well. You obviously want to build a rebellion. Speaking of which, he is only like 30 killers. Do you want to help Lu Juelin, an anti-thief, to make trouble? At this time, Lin Mo spoke in a tone. It's like the posture of the owner of the Qingfeng building. Seeing this, Ran covered his mouth, laughing at Lin Mo in his heart. You have a lot of drama. At this time, Lu Juelin was still a little weak when he saw Chu Lian. But he thought about it again. Even though Chu Lian is a six-fold master, but there were 30 more people behind him. As long as Chu Lian is completely dead, he can still sit in the position of the steward. But can the 30 people behind him obey his orders? He didn't know. I don't dare to act rashly. And last year, he pointed at 30 killers and shouted angrily, You all get back to Qingfeng Tower for me now. Hearing this, the 30 killers looked at each other. Some of them retreated. Some have a good relationship with Lu Juelin. This will also want to take the opportunity to solve the problem of Xiulian. Wait for Lu Juelin to become the boss. Naturally, their benefits will not be less. For a moment, everyone froze. See this scene? Lin Mo turned to Chu Lian and said respectfully to Chu Sr. You see, they don't obey the commander's orders. Lu Juelin, this is really going to rebel. As soon as the words fell, Lu Juelin was so angry that his teeth itched. I'm going to this grandson in what the dog is called. Because of what Lin Mo said, it's just that he keeps buttoning the hat of rebellion on his head. When the time comes, there will be no way out. But I thought so. On the surface, he didn't dare to show it. Because Lin Mo and Chu Lian fought side by side and kept talking for Xulian. It's hard not to make him suspicious. Lin Mo had already climbed to Chu Lian. In this way, Lin Mo didn't dare to move. This is to go to Lian Nu's mouth, and I'll tell you to go back. Can't you hear me? In order to regain control of Qingfeng building, in order to reorganize the majesty of the governor, go to Lian and stretch out his hand to write down the ghost head knife. Seeing this, the 30 killers became nervous again. They are very torn inside. If you want to help Lu Juelin or help the old manager. Although the old manager is strong. But Lu Juelin gave them the conditions. It's so tempting. For a time, the two sides were tense. The atmosphere was so tense that the air was about to freeze. Lin Montag shouted angrily, while quietly retreating. Even the rebels and thieves behind him. You are all rebels and thieves. Just at the tense juncture of the outbreak of fighting between the two sides, Lin Mo quietly hooked in Rant's little hand. Let's slip away. Then the two quietly stepped back, due to the fact that he went to Lian and Lu Juelin and others. It's all about the other person. No one cared about Lin Mo as an outsider at all. So Lin Mo slipped away easily. Then he trotted all the way into the cave. After a successful escape, Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, finally used the sickle to drag the road to the peerless. And Imran couldn't help but say in admiration, It has to be you. It's a pity not to be an actor. It's just the way it looks. I don't think many people can pretend to be able to do it. Subsequently, Lin Mo and many contract ghosts found them in the cave. Soon the prison in the depths of the cave was discovered, and the real Frisia ghosts are staying inside. After seeing Lin Mo and Ghost Shiotsai, they were all excited, shouting for help, and Lin Mo smiled happily. Then he pulled out a bunch of keys from his pocket. As for where the keys came from, of course, it was taken to take the opportunity to search for it from the body of the apology. After trying a few, Lin Mo quickly found this cage. The key clanged. The cage opens. At this time, all the ghosts were excited. And Ghost Shotsai even bowed to Lin Mo. You went out of your way to help me save my brother. I'm a ghost show in the future. Ghost talent loyalty increased to 90%. And the gambler and the frozen ghost all saluted. They also expressed their gratitude. Seeing this, Lin Mo generously expressed his small meaning. And so it goes. There are many gambling ghosts and frozen ghosts. At this moment, it has become its own combat power. At this time, Lin Mo took out some ghost beads from his backpack. We can't let up yet. There was also a herd of cattle and horses guarding outside. These ghost beads will be restored for you first. Later, they will go out and flee in all directions. Seeing that Lin Mo was so generous, I actually took out the precious ghost bead like this. Ghost Shotsai was suddenly moved again. Ghost talent loyalty increased to 99%. The ghost show became a permanent contract ghost. And many ghosts have also taken ghost beads. Thanks. At this time, Su Lian and Lu Jueluan were finally negotiated. It eased a lot. At the same time, they also noticed that something was wrong. Suzuki is gone. Soon Lu Jueluan reacted badly. He's gone to steal the wolf ghost. With that, he ran to the cave first. A ghost show talent who is not convinced by anyone. Now he is willing to become Lin Mo's permanent contract ghost. It's just because the other party successfully rescued the ghosts of Kanglin. At this time in the cave, the ghosts of Kanglin after absorbing the ghost beads. The amount of blood has only increased a little. In particular, gamblers and frozen ghosts recover the fastest. Wounds and breakdowns are also healing rapidly. And the poisonous ghost looked at the restored power. I couldn't help but be grateful to Lin Mo, who really didn't expect it. You were the one who saved me. At this time, the frozen ghost glanced in the direction of the outside of the cave. He could already sense the approaching breath. The enemy is coming. We still need to be cautious. Lin Mo rubbed his right eye in response after hearing this. In the end, can you really escape? It's up to you. At this point, the bloodline has improved. And the bloodline ghost said faintly, pay attention next time. Don't let dirt get in your eyes anymore. Wen Yin Lin Mo responded with a smile that he was sorry this time. It's up to you to fight later. After saying that, he turned to the demons and said, the strength of the outsiders is extraordinary. Our main purpose is to break through. Don't fight in war. As soon as the words fell, the cowhand on the other side of Suzuki is a ghost, a dead ghost, a cursed ghost. There are also ghosts such as snake ghosts. They shouted in a high-pitched voice. For a while, there was a feeling that a large army was on the march. Thereinto, the gambler laughed and was locked up for so long by these miscellaneous pieces. Lao Tzu had long wanted revenge. After that, the dice in his hand have been pressed. Can't wait to make it up. And the frozen ghost had a solemn face. Be careful in your response. Listen to what Lin Mo said. Don't fight. That's when it happened. Lu Juelin just rushed into the cave. When he saw that Lin Mo had already released the heavy ghost, immediately became furious. You really dare to let the wild ghosts go privately. I think you're really getting impatient. Seeing this, the gamblers couldn't hold back for a long time. Then he was the first to rush forward. You don't give me a whoa, whoa, whoa. Meanwhile, behind the gambler, a group of ghosts also rushed up. Kill this crumb. Kill him to see this. Nu Ju Luan was taken aback for a moment. It was found that the situation was not right. So many ghosts rushed in front of them. Even if you don't get killed, it also has to be trampled into a pulp. So immediately he ran out. Then, Chu Lian, who had just entered the cave, asked in surprise what was wrong. As a result, in the next second, he found that the cave was full of ghosts. I saw a large number of ghosts swarming here, and it's either a demon or an evil spirit. It's still somewhat scary. Now Chu Lian finally understood. The kid is using me to stall for time, and he was pitted by a child. Of course I can't bear it. So he turned his face to Lu Juelun and said, "We'll leave that for now. These ghosts have to be re-imprisoned first. Otherwise, the ghost from the Security Bureau auction. Just let it go. We have to be held accountable." Wen Yin Lu Juelun nodded heavily. For Lin Mo, he also has a reason to kill. After all, Lin Mo witnessed him having 7 people that night. In this case is still being investigated by the Security Bureau. Once Lin Mo provided evidence against him. That's not a good thing, seeing that the 2 bosses have reached an agreement, and the 30 killers have no objections, accompanied by a swishing sound. All of them summon contract ghosts at the same time. 70 or 80 contract ghosts surrounded the way down the mountain, and the gamblers who rushed to the front were not afraid at all. Brothers kill out. With that, he stretched out his fingers. Suddenly, a sharp devil may cry indicator was shot. Xiulian, the frozen ghost who followed behind, shouted smartly. The ice was frozen after a breath of cold air erupted from his mouth. The temperature of the surrounding air drops suddenly. It didn't take long for Chu Lian and others to be on the body of the ghost. A layer of frost appeared. I slowed down overall. And behind the frozen ghost, the rampage of the cow guarding the ghost, the curse of the ghost, and so on. For a while the skills were dazzling. Seeing this, Chu Pian carried the ghost head knife and roared angrily. Immediately rushed up with everyone. All of a sudden, the scene became extremely chaotic. At this time, the gambler rushed directly towards Chu Lian. At the same time, he used the skill dice kill. No surprises. Chu Lian lost. In an instant, the gambler's attack power on him increased by 10 times. All of a sudden, the opponent's strongest combat power was dragged down by the gambler. And Lu Juelun came with the killing ghost and the white mist ghost to kill. But he was soon confined by the freezing of the frozen ghost. Let's talk about the rest of the 30 people. Although there are many of them, there are many ghosts. But most of them were involved in the assassination. This kind of frontal tough battle is not suitable. And these Frisia ghosts are rare and of high rank. Compared with the contract ghosts of the killers are generally only evil spirits or evil spirits. So for a while, Qingfeng Lu didn't get any bargains here. It's a dog. Lin Mo in the cave. Is taking the opportunity to release blood seeds against the killers in the melee. And the killer who is fighting. Inexplicable discovery. A mark appears on the chest of himself and the contract ghost. Before he could take precautions, it exploded. That's it. The defense line of the Green Pine building was quickly torn open. At this time, the frozen ghost persuaded the gambling ghost who had killed Madness to rush out. Don't fight. But the gambler shook his head and refused. Run what to run. Take this opportunity to directly dispose of this group of miscellaneous hairs. The frozen ghost is quite sane. We haven't fully recovered our HP. Keep fighting. Led to the Security Bureau. We can't run. Let's talk about it. He took the lead and rushed down the mountain with some of the ghosts. At this time, Lin Mo saw that he had broken through. Also rushed out with a group of contract ghosts. Seeing this, Lu Juelun shouted anxiously to stop him. After several killers were ordered, immediately attacked Lin Mo. I saw a hanged ghost suddenly emerge from the ground. Immediately appeared behind Lin Mo. Seeing that he was going to wrap Lin Mo with a hanging rope, unexpectedly, Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the hanged ghost. After a loud backlash, the hanging rope that had been flying flew back again. Immediately, the hanged ghost himself was firmly entangled. Followed by, Lin Mo used a sword with his backhand to slash the soul. Bang! The hanged ghost vanished in an instant. However, when Lin Mo was about to catch the falling ghost bead, Lu Ju's killing ghost. I don't know when it appeared behind him. I saw a broken dagger piercing the heart. Seeing this, the corners of Lu Juelun's mouth hooked up a wicked smile. If you succeed, you have to talk about assassination. He still has a hand. It could be the moment the dagger pierces. Ghost Shiozai suddenly appeared behind the Shadow Killer Ghost as well. A random folding fan stabbed into the neck of the Shadow Slayer. Just listen to the bang. The Shadow Slayer ghost exploded out directly. At the same time, the amount of blood bottoms out instantly. Immediately following him was a sword swung by Lin Mo to eliminate evil. There was another bang. The killing ghost died directly on the spot. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 board break points. Seeing this, Lu Jueluen panicked instantly. But it was too late. The contract ghost is killed. He almost fainted, and the 4 strikes while the iron is hot. While retreating, he cast a blood curse attack on Lu Jueluen. Poor Lunzi's chest suddenly exploded. After a howl of pain, Lu Jueluen collapsed directly to the ground. Convulsions all over my body, and his dying eyes were staring at Lin Mo. Resist the principle of cutting grass to remove roots. Lin Mo asked him to look up at the ghost again, manipulating 10 zombies to pounce. Although Lu Jueluen is credulous, desperately intercepted, Ben still had a zombie pounce on Lu Jueluen's side, accompanied by a violent explosion. Lu Jueluen, whose fate was hanging by a thread. Now there is no possibility of survival. However, before dying, Lu Jueluen still made a struggling voice at Chu Lian. The boss is that demon card is him. The words are not finished yet. Last year, I was stunned. You make it clear? What's wrong with the demon card? Originally, he watched Lu Jueluen being killed and remained indifferent. Because Lu Jueluen is dead, he regained control of the 13th floor. But man is going to die. His words are also good. Especially what Lu Jueluen said was exactly what he wanted to know. So he hurriedly walked over. I only heard Lu Jueluen intermittently say that demon card. It was from the hand of the boy. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction where Lin Mo had fled. Can this be lifted? Lu Jueluen was disgusted. Wen Yen Sulian was instantly furious. The waste card was really brought by this kid. It turned out that what Xue Zime said was true. Immediately, he was so angry that he clenched the ghost head knife. Lao Tzu was deceived by this kid miserably. The waste card he found. Then you must know Chu Feng's whereabouts. I thought about it so far. Su Lian shouted at the killers around her. You still recognize me as the manager. Give me all chasing. After saying that, he rushed forward desperately, and the killers around him were slightly shocked. Then they followed. Now Lu Jueluen is asleep. Can only show loyalty to Su Lian. The ghosts of the Phrygia who dominate one side. Now it has become an army of ghosts under Lin Mo. But since he had just been rescued, are in a state of tearing blood. So under the leadership of Lin Mo, the ghosts of Phrygia began to break through. Prepare to go to Baiyang to meet. At this time, Lin Mo, who was rushing down the mountain, turned his head suddenly. Found that Chu Lian was chasing after him, and the coercion of the ghost head knife in his hand. It's even more than when he fought with Dao Qian. Seeing this, Lin Mo guessed 7 or 8 points. I suddenly screamed in my heart that it was not good. Did he know that I had brought the waste card? This time, I completely offended the 13th floor of Qingfeng building. Today, last year will not give up. Thereupon, Lin Mo said to the ghosts, their target is me. Disperse ye into all directions. Lodge on the hill's south side of Baiyang College. As soon as the words fell, frozen ghosts and poisonous ghosts responded one after another. Immediately, each ran in a different direction with a wave of ghosts. Wait for the demons to leave. Lin Mo motioned for and ran to prepare to retreat as well. Then he turned around and cast a blood curse on Chu Lian and the others. Unexpectedly, the ghost head knife of the lotus waved. It undid the effect of the blood curse. Sticky Boy told me, where did the waste card come from? You can't run away from this place. At this time, Chu Lian had already chased after Lin Mo. He couldn't wait to wrap Lin Mo on the spot. At this time, Enron summoned the nightmare ghost and shouted. As he spoke, He dragged Lin Mo up. Seeing this, Chu Lien jumped up, aimed at the two who had just flown not much high, and slashed over. It's not that easy to run. Try my trick sandwich biscuits. Lin Mo was slightly stunned after hearing this. What kind of move is a sandwich biscuit? Let's just say that the sandwich is not sandwiched. I see that your brain seems to be lacking in tendons. Immediately, Lin Mo let out a loud shout. The next second, Chainsaw Ghost and Oni Takashi rushed towards Golian from both sides. Seeing this, there is no way to even do it. Not only are the sandwich biscuits unusable, and he was forced to resist, accompanied by a mad knife slash. Ghost Takashi and Chainsaw Ghost, who have just been handsome for 3 seconds. Immediately, he was blown away. Seeing this, Lin Mo was shocked. He knew he wasn't an opponent at all. Six-fold encounters with ghosts really have strength. If it weren't for the fact that the poisonous ghost had increased his attack power by 10 times just now, I'm afraid the ghosts won't be so easy to break through. Then Lin Mo manipulated the big murderer to release Fan. Unexpectedly, In Sual was also absorbed by the ghost head knife. It didn't work. Lin Mo was a little confused now. What skills do I go so perverted? At this time, the bloodline ghost reminded. It's the ultimate move of the ghost knife. Ignores all negative effects for 10 seconds. Hearing this, Lin Mo poked and Rant's little demon and urged him to fly quickly. Seeing that the nightmare ghost and Suzuki were about to escape, Su Lien slammed on the ground again. Suddenly, the stones under his feet turned to powder. He's going to do whatever it takes to catch Suzuki. Just listen to the bang. Su Lien soared into the sky like a missile. He then slashed at the nightmare ghost. At this time, he grabbed the nightmare ghost safely, and Lin Mo hugged and ran, flying almost vertically upwards. Fortunately, I didn't get the knife last year, but the knife rippled over. There was a tornado, and the nightmare ghost was scraped and lost its center of gravity. Fall over like 9 pins. Lin Mo and Enran also staggered. I almost didn't fall off several times, because Enron grabbed the head of the nightmare ghost, and Lin Mo could only hold on to Enran. If you fall down once you get out of your hand, it's really the fish meat on the scythe ancestor. However, in the squall, Lin Mo grabbed it indiscriminately. Suddenly, he didn't pay attention, and his hand went soft. And Ran let out an exclamation in an instant. At the same time, the nightmare ghost who manipulated was completely dazed. Fall straight down. Seeing this, he said with a smile that he finally beat it. Now the nightmare ghost flies at the height. It's out of the range of the scythe. But as soon as it fell, he had 100 ways to pry Lin Mo's mouth open. At this time, Lin Mo exclaimed, "What are you doing?" I saw Enron's originally frightened little face. Now suddenly, there was a flash of red. Don't scratch your hands. When Lin Mo was stunned. Only then did I realize that something was wrong. So he hurriedly hugged the little demon again. This provoked and ran to shout again. But immediately he focused. Do your best to stabilize the nightmare ghost. The balance then accelerated again. That's when I finally escaped. And Lin Mo waved his hand at the angry lotus below. Bye-bye. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 points for breaking defense. Seeing the two of them flying higher and higher, Chu Pian was so angry that he slashed wildly with a ghost-headed knife. At this time, several killers asked the manager in a loud voice, what to do next? Hear the words. Chu looked at the two people in the air, who gradually became smaller. The entire 13th floor. Everybody is suspended. Everyone stops taking vacations. Check this person for me all. Lin Mo, who escaped at this time, was very comfortable. The whole Pingling Mountain is in full view, and the soldiers are divided into 2 ways. The escaped Phrygia ghost can also be seen. And Enron manipulated the nightmare ghost with his mind at this time. Tiny beads of sweat were already stained on the tiny forehead. It's also the first time I've ever flown this high. I'm exhausted. Classical Chinese. Lin Mo took out a crumpled tissue from his pocket. Hey, you've worked hard. I'll wipe it for you. As he spoke, he was going to wipe the sweat for Enran. Enron, however, shrugged his nose. Disgusted, he dodged away. What a broken paper towel. What a strange smell. Wen Yin Lin Mo sniffed. It may be that the pocket has been in it for a long time. I'm soaked in sweat. As he spoke, he threw down the tissue. Then I'll wipe it for you with my hands. Seeing this, Enran pushed back with his elbow. At the same time, Jiaochen said to get out of the way. Suddenly frightened, Lin Mo immediately retracted his hand. Then Enran brushed her hair behind her ears. At the same time, he said in a slightly lesson-telling tone, "Why are you always being hairy? If you have the skills, let's think about how to face Qing Feng Lu in the future." Wenyan Lin Mo scratched his head. Responding to this is a difficult problem. And Chu connected the beam. He must have asked me about Chu Feng's whereabouts. Sooner or later, it will come to you. As soon as this remark came out, Enran sighed softly. Their killers are not killing each other head-on. But the assassination is not easy. If Chu Lian is iron-hearted, deal with your wave after wave of killers. You can't help it. Don't I still have you? Unexpectedly, Lin Mo said with a hippie smile that a killer is nothing. I find your spies to be very professional. Help me find out the killer's movements in advance. It's fine if not. As soon as the words fell, Enran suddenly pouted and was unhappy. You're so thick-skinned. My gang is not your personal belongings. I'll help you find out the news next time. You'll have to pay the fee.